The
Mr. Cooper, we are ready whenever you are to start the meeting.
Are we live?
Yep.
We're
ready
live.
to go when you are.
Thank you, Leslie. We are live. Welcome, everyone. This is the regular council meeting of the Bighorn, November 10th, 2020. And we have an agenda before us. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:02. And the first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Councillors, have you got anything that needs adding? Paul Ryan first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not adding anything, just ask, there's a section J10. There are a number of letters in a memo from admin.
Yes.
There is one letter in there that it's unclear who that group is. So I'd like it brought up on the agenda for discussion so that we can clarify it.
That's item 10, J10.
Yeah.
To new business, which is 18.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Administration.
Make a motion to approve.
I have to hear from administration first yet, Paul.
Okay.
Yes, I'd like to have council approve the minutes from the special meeting of council that was held on Friday, November the 6th at 2:30 p.m. I believe that was sent out to you yesterday.
Those ones I could read to you folks because I think it's very short. Yeah. All right,
So
that
you're
is
just-
item minutes number 4, Rob.
Right.
Anything else? Just polling council for the agenda now. We have been omitting councillor reports. Is that still satisfactory?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lisa? Yeah, okay, good. So we have an amended agenda. I have it from Paul Clark to approve as amended. Discussion? Not hearing any. All in favor? Eric, Paul Clark, Lisa, and Paul Ryan. Thank you. Myself as well. We have an agenda. We're moving on into the agenda now, folks. So on page 1, you have the regular council meetings from minutes from October 13th. Do I have a motion to receive? Okay, I have it from Eric. Okay, I'm looking down at the moment instead of where it should be. All right. So, any questions on the minutes? Not hearing any. Motion is before you to approve as presented. Calling the question, all in favor. Lisa, Paul Clark, Eric, Paul Ryan, and myself. Thank you. Moving on in the agenda to the organizational meeting, which was also held on the 13th of October. Those minutes are in the package. And do I have any errors, edits, omissions? I'm not hearing any. Do I have a motion, please? I have it from Lisa. Lisa is, the motion is to approve as presented. Discussion? Calling the question, all in favor. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. We're now moving on to minutes previously circulated, and this is the Municipal Planning Commission meetings. Is there somebody on the committee that would like
that?
those? Okay.
I'll move that they be received for information.
Okay, received as information or as circulated for,
Acknowledge that they've been circulated.
okay. That's clear now. Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the next item of business is the special meeting minutes. Rob, anything to say to those?
Nope, just thank you for council indulgence to have that meeting so we could send off the application to free up for the phase 4 of the Back 40 Fire Smart Plan.
Yeah. Very timely, time-oriented meeting that had to happen before the end of the week. Do I have a motion to receive those minutes or approve those minutes? I have it from Eric. Discussion? Hearing none. Calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Council reports, item C, we have none. We're moving now to item D. D is business arising from the minutes. And the first one is an AEMA report with regards to groundwater assessment. And Rob, I believe that is your report.
Yes, at the last meeting when we had the discussion about the data, I think was the data set was used by one of the councilors. And this is what was responded to by AEMA. So you can see it's, I basically paraphrased their response to me by email and put it into this memorandum. So they did have a proper data set when they were making their decision on the DRP.
Yeah. And to be clear, the extra berm irrigation well that is being discussed in this report is located where in the community, Rob?
It is down near the bottom of the Veterans Way and Pigeon Mountain Drive.
Okay, so it really is located in one of the lowest parts of the community.
That's correct.
Okay. A discussion on the report, folks? Not hearing any. Motion to receive as information. I have it from Paul Ryan. Lisa, have you got a question? Or voting?
No.
Okay, calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. Moving on to the next item of business, which is a notice of motion. And this is by Deputy Reeve Paul Clark, and I would get you to explain your report, Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion is administration provide a recommendation as to log or not log the 2 quarter sections that the MD owns in the North Ranchlands as a fire smart project to help minimize devastation from wildfire in the MD. Do you want me to read this whole thing, Mr. Chairman?
No, I think everyone has the package, but if you had anything that you wanted to highlight, I would entertain that. You have the right to read the whole thing. Would you ask me if I
won't read the whole thing, but
yeah.
I won't read the whole thing, but this Devil's Head fire was a wake-up call to the MD, and there were a number of people in the pathway of that wildfire, and evidence from, or pardon me, information from experts in the field have told us that we could expect more of these. I think the MD could be leaders in the field of reducing the fuel buildup, which many municipalities are trying to do because they've got the same problem. And we have the ability to do that because we're the titled owners of that land. And so I think the MD should have a look at that and see if reducing the amount of fuel in that would be useful to the MD to reduce any potential wildfires that could spread through the whole of the MD.
Thank you. Now, I'm not sure what we do with notice of motion. Do we receive it as notice, or what happens with the expectation here as notice of motion?
Sorry, the
My
expectation,
understanding.
Reeve Cooper, is that Councillor Clark has now said he's got a notice coming forward. His motion, official notice, will come forward on December the 8th, and that will be for council's decision.
And it will be accompanied by a staff report?
Yes, it will.
Okay. Is there anything more you need from that, Paul?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. By the way, very well-written statement.
Thank you.
Any discussion from council on this now? I'm not hearing any. So we can move on without a motion, is that correct?
I think you're fine to move on without a motion as long as it's copied in the record.
Now, I have a delegation waiting in the for the meeting, and I am now at the delegation part E. I think we should wait until 9:30 in case members of the public are entering to watch the discussion that they expect to occur at that time. So I'm going to move on to other items on the agenda right now, if that is satisfactory to council.
Yeah.
Okay. When we get done with the delegation, we will probably take a small break and then get back to work with the rest of the agenda. But let's move on now to item F1, which is Bill Luca, page 40, standards for major plans and subdivisions. This was before council earlier in the previous meeting and is here again because council had some questions largely regarding how this document influenced small developments. Bill, would you like to introduce your report and any changes that you've made?
Yeah, hopefully the brief answer gives council the information on the report. It's the same recommendations as before, that council approved the policy and the standards for major plans and the standards for subdivision servicing. The standards, we believe, represents best engineering practices, and because of that, we believe it meets the intent of the MGA. The MGA doesn't spell out the engineering standards. The standards have been derived based on other municipalities, combination of other municipalities, primarily Calgary. And then as far as small subdivision goes, most of the standards wouldn't apply, and it would be a quick process. It should be a fairly quick process through engineering variances to get through the standards. And as far as cost estimates, it's really quite difficult.
Bill,
Are you still there?
Mr. Chairman?
Just hold on, Paul Clark. Bill, are you stalled or? Hello, Bill. Did he freeze on me?
Yeah, he did. Just 1 second.
Okay, I don't think Bill's done. And Paul, I have your hand up first, and Paul Clark second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Luke is not there, so I have.
No, but let him finish. He got frozen on the screen.
Yep.
One moment, Mr. Chair. Mr. Luca's on his way back in.
Good.
Can
We want Mr. Luca back.
We can hear you, but cannot see you yet, Bill.
thank you. Sorry, I'm in the basement here, and think we have a different connection. That's not quite as stable. Yeah, so as far as the engineering standards go, to get a cost estimate really depends on how complex and how many issues are involved with the subdivision. If there's relatively no issues or no complexity to the subdivision, then the engineering would be minimal.
Okay. All right, so thanks, Bill. Paul, Ryan, questions first?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I raised my concern when this was last brought to council, and it's the identical document, I believe. My concern, Mr. Chair, was in terms of subdivision, this would have the unintended consequences of someone that sits on a parcel of land, a residential parcel of land that is big enough to be subdivided into 2 lots, kind of like first parcel out, where the parents may want to peel off a piece of land for the kids to live on and create 2 parcels. But this could cause them to go through a lot of unnecessary expense. But you don't have to do it with first parcel out. So I would like to see where it says subdivision and it says excluding first parcel out, and add excluding first parcel out and any subdivision that will create 2 or less parcels of land. You've got a whole bunch of really large building lots in Exshaw that can be very easily subdivided into 2 legal sized building lots. And this would require them to possibly have to go through environmental studies.
Okay.
So I think it's onerous.
I don't know what the definition of a parcel is by size, but I saw your hand go up, Rob, as an answer to that question. Oh, can't hear you, Rob.
In response to Councillor Ryan, when a subdivision is moving forward, if there's large enough parcels and they can be subdivided out, then it's up to the landowner, working obviously with the developer, to do that. As Mr. Lucas pointed out, for very simple things like that, it would not be onerous. But we still would have a checklist to go through to ensure that the property, when it is subdivided, is not going to cause us problems or potentially future owner problems in the future. I mean, our decree has always been in the MD is that development pays for development. So we don't believe this is onerous, but also believe that there should be onus on the landowner to make sure that that land is suitable to be subdivided before it goes for approval to the Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay. Paul, Ryan, you just want to come back on that?
Yes, so I heard what Mr. Vella said. So you're applying one standard to a subdivision that could be in a hamlet and a different standard to a subdivision where it's first parcel out. So why is one given one form of treatment and the other not?
I would believe it would be the servicing standards that would be required. So one parcel out on one of the, we'll call it up in the rural areas, there are very specific land use requirements for that to occur. I do not see that as being 2 standards. Bill may want to step down to that question.
Mr. Chair, I would respectfully disagree because I am aware of first parcel out applications where there was going to be an impact on municipal infrastructure, in particular roads. So if we're excluding one, I think it's reasonable to exclude a simple subdivision that creates 2 parcels, or remove the exclusion for the first parcel out so that everybody's treated the same.
Okay. I'm letting it come back to administration if they want to come, or I'm going on to Paul Clark.
Go on to Paul Clark.
Okay, Paul Clark
wants to answer that question.
You can later on, Bill, as well. I'll give you lots to say before we're done here. All right, Paul Clark.
I think I have the same concern as Councillor Ryan, only perhaps differently when we're in the small holdings area here and people can subdivide down to a 40-acre parcel. If they own land right now that could be divided into 40-acre parcels, then would they have to go through the same process as a major subdivision, major plans of subdivision?
Okay. Administration want to reply to that, or do you want me to move on to other council concerns?
Up to Mr. Luca.
Bill? Can't hear you, Bill.
Bill, we don't have sound from you. Turn your microphone on and off. Bill, I'm going to ask you, you've just froze again, so get you to leave the meeting and come back in.
While we're waiting, Lisa and Eric, have you got any questions you're going to bring forward to this report?
Yes, please.
Okay. Eric, anything for yourself?
Oh, you're muted, Eric.
Thank you. Not yet, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Luca will be joining back, but he will not be utilizing his video.
Okay, so just voice?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Bill, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And for
Yes.
the public's interest and need, Bill Luca is on his computer without the video, and all we have at this point is the microphone. So, Bill, please carry on with your statements.
Yeah, the question about the 40 acre, it would depend if it's classified as first residential parcel out. But if it's a small holding subdivision, it would apply. And part of that is the reason it would be good so people can't purposely phase or stage development to avoid meeting the standards.
Bill, what would be the process? You say that this for small parcels, this is not an onerous process, but when reading through it, it does look fairly onerous, and it might really essentially scare people off to even make an application.
It very well could seem intimidating, but as you go through the process, most of it wouldn't apply. There'd be very little. There wouldn't be playground plans, solid waste plans.
Traffic studies?
It depends what they're proposing. If they're proposing a commercial lot, we'd require that traffic study typically, depending on what's proposed. Bridge assessment wouldn't be required.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, Bill, you're good. I don't want to take up too much time. You've answered the question for me. That it would apply, but a lot of these conditions would not apply to that situation. Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, Lisa?
Thanks, Reeve Cooper. Bill, I guess further to Paul Clark's question, where in this document does it say that a lot of these requirements would not be required?
It would actually, there's a process for engineering variances.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have to hire an engineer if it's not first parcel out.
And then the engineer will have to provide some type of recommendation or letter of support saying that these
Are not required.
are not required.
That's
So
right.
where does it say that in this document?
It would, so on the standards for major plans, it's on page 46 of your council document under 1.4.
In case there's not feasible. Okay, and is there one for the subdivision?
There should be, and I am on page 65 of the council package.
Variances 1.5. So there's not feasible. Okay, so I honestly have a hard time understanding how this all works, and it does look very daunting, as I mentioned in our last council meeting, and I see it as a potential discouragement for development in the MD. But I do understand that there's going to always have to be rules and regulations that people have to follow in order to do any type of future development. But another question I have is sorry, let me just find it here. Do we have a current policy for major and subdivision servicing currently in place?
Your policies would be through planning and the land use bylaw right now.
Yeah.
And this policy's to formally adopt the standards, the engineering standards, as presented.
So how is this different than current practice?
We don't have a consistent set of standards that spell out the requirements and the process that developers have to go through. So this just formalizes and standardizes how we will deal with the engineering for subdivision.
Okay. And I guess it standardizes it to the point of people being able to have variances.
Yes. Yep. What it does, it puts the onus on the developer and the developer's engineer to say it meets acceptable engineering standards and practices without going through some of the detail.
Okay.
And then it wouldn't be on the onus wouldn't be on the municipality.
And then further to Councillor Ryan's example of somebody having a lot in Exshaw, for example, where they're looking to subdivide their lot, looking to build a small house for a grandparent or something like that. In order to get this letter of variance from an engineering firm, do you have any idea what the costs would be for something like that?
You know, most engineers could cost between, let's say on average, $150, $175 an hour. So if it takes a site visit and there's no issues, or further assessments that are deemed necessary, all it would take would be that site visit and the variance on it. And I don't think that would be all that onerous.
So you don't think it would actually cost that much to have an engineer provide this variance?
Not on a very simple small subdivision.
Mhm.
But once there's underlying issues or concerns, there could be cost, and that was part of the highlight of the discussion last month.
Mhm. Okay. And then in going back to my question from last month, I asked if this is if these requirements are more than what is asked in the MGA, and I understand your answer to be that the MGA doesn't specifically illustrate what is required, but this is more just suggestions from the engineering firm you worked with. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say it is in consultation and in suggestions with the engineering firm, but it is based on it's based on other municipality standards, which we believe, so the documents as a whole, we believe are provide reasonable engineering standards and practices. It's not an engineer specifically making it up and saying how to just making up our own standards for the installation of water mains. If I actually can refer to some documents, I'll if you turn to page 67. Item 1.10, additional standards A to GG are different engineering standards that the larger organizations, Calgary, Alberta Transportation, that they apply. So the standards themselves, it's not, Morrison Hershfield isn't making up standards. They're just pulling together standards mainly from other organizations, and then the documents spell out more so the exclusions that are a little different, or spell out the application, how they apply.
All right, thank you. I guess I'm still of the opinion that this seems a little overly onerous for some of the smaller future developments, but if this is our best solution, I don't know how else to defend it or ask questions about it.
Okay, I'm going to make a few comments on process in a minute, but Paul Ryan first.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, no one's actually made a motion to approve this yet.
Yes, we did last meeting.
And we referred it back.
The
last
motion
meeting,
itself
the last motion was to refer back to administration. It wasn't a motion to approve, it was a motion to refer to administration.
Moved by Deputy Reeve Clark that the council approve the standards for major plans and subdivisions servicing policy 1N-1. Carried. Rosvold and Brian opposed.
And what was the next one that had it referred back to administration?
Those are the schedules.
I'm confused.
Me too.
We were told that after approving number 1, that it actually has no context unless number 2 and 3 are also approved by motion of council.
I'm just going by
And
what my approved minutes.
Your
I'm not
staff
trying,
report, Mr. Chair.
to detour anybody. I'm going by the minutes we just approved.
I'm just reading the staff recommendation. And it says that the staff recommendation is that council approve. And I'm hearing now it's already approved.
That's what I have on item 5, page 3 of the minutes approved.
I thought it was referred back.
The,
Number 2 and 3 were referred back.
Schedule A and B.
yes, the schedules were referred back to you. And I'm doing this just to get clarity, so we're not passing a motion on top of a motion. You may have to rescind.
If I can interrupt, it says, moved by Councillor Ryan to amend Councillor Butter's motion to council, refer the policy and schedule A and B back to administration for additional information.
I can refer the schedule back, but you approved the schedule.
We didn't.
You did in the first line.
We approved the standard for major plans and subdivision servicing policy.
Yes, I agree.
And then we asked for recommendations 2 and 3 to go back to administration before council made a motion.
And we are there right now. If we want to go back to the motion, to the original plan, which I'm not against, the question is, do you have to rescind to get there?
Most likely, Mr. Chair.
I've never, this is very complicated and it's unusual. Robert Ellis, have you got anything to add to that?
Just give me one moment, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the policy was actually approved. The policy was approved, but the 2 schedules to the policy were sent back to administration. So in fact, what you could have for this report is to remove recommendation 1, since it's already been approved by council, then deal with items 2 and 3. If you wish, you could also just rescind your previous motion and deal with this as a brand new item.
Yes, Paul.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to achieve, Mr. Chair, is to make sure that this policy is not onerous when grandma wants to subdivide her lot to give the kids a lot next to them. And there's a lot of stuff in there that can be applied to that. So I would like to see just the simple wording under major plan and subdivision that also not only excludes first parcel out residence subdivision, but also a subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots. So we're not treating grandma like a major developer. And I would be prepared to make a motion to rescind this so that we can do that. It doesn't appear to have been plugged into the schedules.
No, I understand what you said, Paul, and you understand the process. Good. Rob Ellis.
So through the chair, we make no decision on who the applicant is when they come in. It's just an applicant making a subdivision application. We don't know if it's a grandmother, a father, whoever it could be. So using those terms, I think is, let's just say that when you receive this application for subdivision, it's just the applicant. We don't make any exceptions to who the people are.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I was not going
to. What, never who. Go ahead.
I never suggested for 1 second, Mr. Chair, that the word grandmother or grandfather be put in there. What I suggested was to treat them the same as you treat first parcel out, which would be a subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots.
Okay. So here we go. I have to go with the process that was approved by council in the previous meeting. So the first thing that would be required is a motion to rescind the that motion under item 5. It's the first part of 5, not the other parts.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I have it from Paul Ryan that the original motion be rescinded. Is there discussion on this? Eric.
Mr. Chairman, I have some empathy for some of the debates that have come up, but it also, you know, sort of shortcutting the engineer's report in a hamlet where the neighbors are a few feet apart. I'm not sure that shortcutting that is necessarily good. And I'm thinking of what we're dealing with right now with the most unfortunate situation with so much groundwater in parts of Exshaw. Could that have been caught 20 or 30 years ago or whenever all this happened if there'd been better engineering done? So I do have empathy for the situation of not creating a whole bunch of onerous stuff. But on the other hand, maybe some of this could head off a nasty situation.
Okay. So I found your comments general to the whole discussion, and right now we're on rescinding. The motion I'm recognizing is from Paul Ryan to rescind the previous motion and then to move forward with parts A, B, and C, 2 schedules and the original standards. Are there any questions of the process?
Could I interrupt for a second,
Yes.
Dean Cooper?
Yeah.
If the amendments are being made, I will have to make them to both schedules as well. Both schedules specifically refer to first residential. Yeah.
Yeah, I realize that, Bill, and we haven't approved the schedules yet, so we don't have anything to rescind when we get there, and we will understand that the decision that we make in the first instance will carry through into the document, if approved. Lisa?
Sorry, Dean, I've got a process question just with regards to our delegation and then our public hearing starting at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
For the same purposes that we delayed starting the delegation for 15 minutes because we thought maybe other residents might be tuning in to see that part of the council meeting. I wonder if there's a way that we could pause what we are doing here and go to the delegation.
There's nothing in the agenda that gives any indication when we will be dealing with items except the hearing and a delegation. So there's no guarantee. They would have to listen to the whole meeting at any time to find out when an item came forward, Lisa. I don't think you have a defined problem.
Sorry, the delegation is set for 9:30 and it's 9:42.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have lost track of time. Now I
Suggestion,
understand.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I have a suggestion
Okay.
to accommodate the delegation. You have a motion before you to rescind. If it goes in favor of rescinding, then administration will have to do some other things with it, and we can go back to it. If the motion to rescind fails, we can still go back to it.
Yeah, I feel very strongly that I'm holding a delegation up and the public up. We can go forward without having the motion finished now. We can continue that as we come back to session. Robert?
No, that's exactly what I would recommend, that we should break and let the delegation come in and make its presentation.
So we're breaking now and going to item what on the agenda? Oh my.
E1.
E1, okay. And this is a part of the regular agenda. We are not going on to any special teams programs. We have people waiting in the waiting rooms. Leslie, are they available to the conversation?
Yes, Mr. Long and Mr. Vandermeer are with us.
Will I be able to see them?
Depends on how they came in.
I'm on video. That's Scott.
Scott, you're on video?
Yeah, I'm also on video. This is Chris Long.
Chris, you're on video? Okay. Yeah. All right. I've got one of you. Have I got both of you? Well, I got one of you. First of all, welcome to council. And we are been looking forward to your delegation and bringing your project forward. We have read your materials, and I want you to know that they read very well. I found them carefully put together and with lots of diagrams, and that is always helpful. You have about 15 minutes to bring your situation forward, please.
Okay. I'd like to show a short presentation that was included in the notes given to you. I just, Leslie, if you can just help me with how to share my screen here, I can do that.
Sure. So if you can have your stuff open already on your computer, you're going to utilize the box with the up arrow. That is a share screen mode. You will choose the window that you're choosing to share with the rest of the meeting.
Okay.
And if need be, I do have it up and ready to go for you also.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet. Let's give it just 1 second. Do you see your tray?
Yeah.
So you will pick your PowerPoint. Hopefully that's open already.
Yeah. I drag it down to that desktop window.
There you go. You will see you will see a red outline of the screen share once you are sharing.
Nothing's happening. Sorry.
No, don't worry. How about this? I will do your share screen for you, okay?
Okay.
Something's happening now.
There we go.
And
Okay.
I'm hoping that you guys can see, and just tell me when you'd like to move a slide.
And it's Scott speaking right now?
Yep.
Thank
It
you,
is.
Scott. Please proceed.
Okay, so welcome to our presentation on the Dead Man's Flats Community Association Community Rink proposal. So like I said, my name is Scott Vandermeer. Chris Long is also with us today. We're here representing the Dead Man's Flats Community Association REC Committee that was delegated through the association. So thanks for taking the time to listen to us. This project means a lot to us. We've spent a lot of time putting this together, and we look forward to your opinion on the presentation and some questions maybe after. So I'll just ask that you hold your questions till the end. Okay, next slide, Leslie. Okay, so just a little history on the Community Association itself. So the Community Association started in 2019. Through that process, we've done numerous community barbecues, get larger gatherings at the Banff Park Gate Resort, movie nights for the kids in the park, local businesses. We've tried to move our monthly meetings around the community just to share the community support with and kind of keep them engaged with the community association. And we have a couple of larger projects. One was a temporary community rink that was put in place 4 years ago, has been running, and that's our current rink that we have right now. And then the community garden, which started last year, and what a successful year. If you ever had a chance to drive by, it actually had a lot of produce in it and had a lot of enjoyment with people learning how to garden. Next, Leslie. So how did we get here? So the Dead Man's Flats Community Association struck a committee, as mentioned earlier, in 2019, about a year ago. And part of this committee, our mission was to try to figure out what the community association, the community at large, would like to see in the community as far as recreation. So we put together a survey and we engaged the community through going door to door with a number of different options, which is shown in the proposal that was provided to you. An overwhelming majority of people chose that what they would like to see as a priority was a concrete or hard surface for a permanent rink in the winter and a court surface in the summer for basketball, hockey, and pickleball. So that's kind of bringing us back to today. as far as what we have right now, we have the Dead Man's Flats, a rough count of the population was 381 people. That includes Pigeon Creek condos and Rivers Bend. It does not include Copperstones, but potentially more. And out of that 381 people, we have over 106 kids. So a significant young population in the neighborhood. And I have to say, it's actually it's keeping on that trend. So as houses come for sale, quite often young families will look in this community to settle because there's a decent amount of young kids, and yeah, obviously that attracts more people like that. So 28% of the population is kids. So the old rink we have now is the reason why we're proposing this is it's a smaller rink. Currently is 32 by 64 feet. It's about 1/3 of, I guess, the rink we're proposing, which is 136 by 72 feet, which is the rink, a similar rink, exactly the same size actually as the one in Cougar Creek in Canmore. And the problem we have right now is that with so many kids of different ages, you can't have like a 3-year-old kid skating out there with 15-year-old shooting pucks. So it's a bit of a challenge to manage people, and that's kind of why we want to move this forward. And we've also appreciated the support from and direction from administration through Rob, Jared, and Deb and others, and also in communication with Lisa and trying to figure out this process through. So we look forward to continuing that engagement as we go forward. Okay, next slide, Lisa, or sorry, Leslie. Okay, so this, sorry, just adjust my screen here. Okay, so this slide here, it basically is identifying on the left picture here on the green dotted line identifies the rec ground, proposed rec ground. So that's showing the area that's from an MD document. So it's allocated for that use. The picture on the right is what we've submitted as far as our rink proposal and the location of that rink. It also shows the shed storage area there, just to the, I guess it'd be the southeast corner of the rink, and then the grade of the old sewage lagoon, I guess refurbished sewage lagoon area there. On this map here, a couple of things to point out. One is we've chosen this area for a number of reasons. We have easy emergency access if there was anyone ever hurt down the pathway just to the east of the last house there. We also have close proximity to the street for on-street parking, which we mentioned would be the primary parking moving forward. And then we have proximity to water. So our water source would be through a self-draining hydrant, which is currently located and currently utilized for the current rink, kind of shown to the south there with the little circle. So that's the reasoning behind that. And then the electrical also, there's kind of two options we proposed in the proposal. We can talk about that further if you have questions. Our preference as a committee is to try to push for the attachment from the pump house there, and for a number of reasons. One is it's a shorter distance. Secondly, it's less costly. And thirdly, hopefully the costs are shared and divided evenly amongst the whole community, since it'll be a community use facility. Next slide, Leslie. Okay, so this diagram here shows the outline of the rink. It's just a schematic that was generated by Jeff Nelson at Global Resources. Global Sport Resources is a company based out of Leduc. Jeff has been involved in a number of projects, including the building of the Larch Rink, the original Cougar Creek Rink, and then the refurbished Cougar Creek after the flood. Him and his team have done a number of projects over the province, so we've done a site visit with him just to kind of get some ideas of what he'd like to see. But they're a well-established company, and yeah, this just gives you an idea of what the rink would look like. Next. All right, so the budget. So this might be something that might prompt some questions, but I'd like to clarify a couple of things. So the projected project cost is $301,559.20. This budget was put together to see our vision through. So in discussions with the rec committee, we saw that if we want to have a successful project, we need to make sure we have the tools in place so we don't have volunteer burnout. And we want to make sure the rink is successful with flooding and all the safety features and everything that we need for that. And so we basically, just to get an idea of cost, we went out to only one person per quote that we needed, just to get a vision of what it would cost. And we tried to use local trade. So costs are based on single estimate using local trades with no project approval in mind yet. So up to date, we have about $13,000 of willing donations. That's not reflected in the $301,000 from various vendors if the project is approved. And we anticipate these costs to be on the high end, the $301,000. One of the things that we've struggled with is just the process and kind of getting the cart before the horse going to be able to get trades to look out to their suppliers and try to get discounts from them. Next slide. Okay, so why should you approve this project? One of the things that I think we have a proven track record here. So we've the rink picture you see there. That rink is our current rink, and that's all donated materials and time for volunteers. That was how it was done, and we did that 4 years ago, and it's been taken down and put up and refurbished when it needs to be for the entire time period with no problems trying to find volunteers. And the Dead Man's Flats area here has a significant construction presence. I was going to name all of them, but I think there'd be well over 30 to 40 companies represented within this area. So we have a strong construction presence with lots of trade available. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, thanks. Okay. So another reason why we think this, we had a proven track record is we have a strong volunteer base. So the picture on the left is just a short notice, I guess, set up for the rink this year. There was probably about 6 families that were out of town for hockey and various other reasons that normally would show up, and we still had 9 people. And I got to point out, it's not just the young people that are people with kids that are actually participating in this. We have people ranging from, well, kids helping out, flooding the rink from, age 12 probably and up, all the way to, age 70 helping out. So it's not just a young, select group of people. It's a widespread, we have widespread support for this rink for sure. And so we've, just to reiterate, we had nine volunteers that time, set up flooding, scraping snow with shovels, and takedown. We've never really had any issues as far as generating support using social media to kind of gather people up around the streets to complete stuff. So, can you go to the next slide, please? All right, so we've done our due diligence. So like I mentioned before, we went and did a community engagement survey and open house. The community engagement survey was done last November through, I think, January. And we reached out to all the members in Dead Man's Flats, except for Copperstone, so Pigeon Creek Condos, Rivers Bend. And out of that survey, we've had overwhelming support for this project. The open house was attended back in, I think it was September. And it was attended by a number of people, a lot of families, and people had questions, and we provided some answers, kind of the direction that project was going. And then we also, like I mentioned earlier, the community's outgrown the current rink. You can see on the right there, a significant amount of people use it. It's not just one family using it at a time. There's lots of people using it. So the need for a newer, larger surface is definitely evident. Next picture. All right, so this kind of outlines the process we've been up to at this point. So the MD of Bighorn support, the Dead Man's Flats Community Association rink proposal submission was done in September. we have the Dead Man's Flats Community Association development permit submission was done in October. Council approval hopefully soon. That's why we're here today. And then we want to try to, access the community enhancement funds as well as the Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program. The Alberta Community Facility Enhancement Program, I just have to put it out there. After this meeting, it would be nice to know a little bit about the direction that this is heading, just for the sake that there's a deadline coming up January 15th. If we want to actually apply for the matching funds, that would be up to $125,000. And then there's other grants as well. We've been in touch with both Deb Grady and Elizabeth at the Banff Canmore Community Foundation to look at possibilities of how we can fund this rink. And next slide. Okay, so just for a conclusion, I just want to, reiterate our appreciation of trying to see this process through. And I'd like to just, our question for you would be, we'd like to see a direction as to the next steps we need to take to make this happen. Like I said, our community's supporting it, and it's, we've got widespread support for it, and we're excited to try to move this thing forward. Thank you.
Okay. Chris, have you anything you wanted to add?
So we just decided we'd both be here just really for answering any questions that you may have. So if you guys have anything you want to ask, go ahead. Scott did a great job.
I'm going to give your ward councillor the first chance to speak and the last, by the way. But Lisa, have you anything you want to begin with?
Thanks, Ruth Cooper. Chris and Scott, I'm just curious, with your process, going door to door and asking residents, did you ask all the residents or just residents that are members of the Dead Man's Flats Community Association?
I can answer this one. So Scott and I both were 2 out of, I think, 5 different people who went out and knocked on doors, and we knocked on every single door in Rivers Bend and in Pigeon Creek. The only thing is there were sometimes obviously that people were not home, but we got a really good chunk of the population, and we didn't worry about who was a member, who was not. We wanted to know who in Rivers or who in Dead Man's Flat, was interested in recreation and what they were interested in.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Councillors, the floor is open to any questions from councillors. Paul Clark.
Chris, do you have a number out of the community enhancement funds that you're looking for? Dollar amount?
In the conversations that we've had over the last several months, it looks like $125,000 was what we were looking for, and then we were hoping for a match from the provincial grant to be able to match that to 125 as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good question. Eric? Oh, can't hear you, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the presentation. I certainly am supportive of this kind of thing within certain bounds. We are also sending a ton of money to Canmore for the recreational pursuits of people in that area. But I would support, given what I understand now, given my understanding of the proposal, I have no problem supporting some way of allowing the land use, that is to say, a sale of a couple of 3 or 5 acres or a 99-year lease for $1 or something like that. And I certainly have no problem with whatever amount of money the Ward 3 councillor might be willing to commit out of the Ward Enhancement Fund. But I would appreciate assurances that it won't be an ongoing drain on the general taxpayer, that we won't be touched for more money and we won't be touched for maintenance costs or insurance costs or utility costs or anything like that. So, but basically, I'm supportive of the project.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I don't know if you wanted an answer to that, but we don't have any plans. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We don't have any plans right now to to ask for any more money for maintenance or anything like that. We have a very strong volunteer base, and yeah, we think with the income that we receive from the community association and from other grants, we should be able to cover all the expenses on our own.
Perfect.
Good. I'll add my comments to both of you. Thank you for an excellent presentation, and Lisa, you will have the last say. But it's exciting to be over on this side of the river, looking across and south towards a community that's finding itself and growing together. And I think it's these kinds of projects that cement relationships in communities. And I look at your community, and it's got a large number of young people in it. And I'm thinking anybody under 40, which is getting to be half my age. But, I think that the growth that I observe over there, I want you to know, is encouraging to me as your neighbor. So I congratulate you on taking steps, and this one's a big one, but you've practiced on the smaller ones. Lisa.
Thank you.
Anything to sum up, Lisa?
Well, I guess I want to thank you guys on behalf of the residents in Dead Man's Flats. I know there's been conversations about this since practically the day I moved in here, probably even before. And I think it's been wise to let the community grow and mature a little bit, and have the houses be developed and built and filled up, and to have a good sense of what this community looks like. And I agree with your numbers. There's a ton of children here, and they're between newborn and I would say 13 years old. So there's going to be a lot of use from something like this. And yeah, I just want to thank both you, Chris and Scott, for all the work you've put into this, and the committee that's worked on this on behalf of the Community Association. I'm just curious, are there any questions that you have or that you wish we would have asked?
So for me, I'll let Scott answer as well, but for me, I guess the big thing is what the next steps are. Like, we really appreciate all the help that we've gotten so far, and I know it's a new thing for all of us to try and figure out how to do all this, and it's been super helpful, but we're feeling a little bit under the gun right now with everything coming up in January, and the fact that we probably won't get word until early to mid-December onto whether or not we get accepted, and then we're going into the holidays, and it starts putting a little bit of pressure on us to be able to make sure that we fill out this proposal for the provincial grant. And that's the one thing that we'd like to know. Is there any help available to us through the MD, and then what the next steps should be?
We are talking financial help, are we, Chris?
Sorry, no, more about, like, I don't think Scott or I have really done too many grant proposals, and so wondering if there was anyone there who is kind of set up to be able to help us fill that kind of stuff out.
I see Mr. Ellis coming into the conversation, and I'm glad he is. Rob?
Oh, you're muted, Rob.
Better. Thank you, Rita Cooper. Deb Grady does a lot of the applications, so she would be helping out your subcommittee with making that application. I, of course, would have a look at it too, and I would suggest that we would bring it back on December the 8th, which is our next council meeting.
Thank you.
Not your application, but your actual support from administration and from council to move forward with your application.
Thank you.
Good. Anything else?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Just one more thing. Just, I guess, piggybacking what Chris is saying, I think both of us are kind of under, we've been going through this for a long time with our committee. And so, yeah, the more direction we get and the more answers, I guess, through you guys as far as support, both through some kind of land use agreement or later down the road, some financial support through the community enhancement funds. Obviously, that will at least allow us to kind of move forward with trying to get support from different businesses to try to reduce those costs. So, yeah.
Good. I think that administration has made themselves available to you and your committee, and I think that's going to continue. And I know that Lisa is involved with the discussions on, in some aspects, not all administrative, but certainly as councillor representation, and you can always invite your reeve. But I think that we would like to see this go forward, and I think sometimes it takes courage to take on big projects, and perhaps they're most daunting at the start. Yeah. So let's find the courage in the system to move ahead with the best plan that can be brought forward for not just the kids you have in the community today, because there will be more coming in the future. So let's build for the long term, even if we're just getting started. Yeah.
Great.
Is there anything more you need to hear from us?
Thank you very much.
It's ongoing. My phone's open. Lisa's phone's open. Lisa and I work together. All of council works together. We're looking for your success, and we will try to be part of it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Let's move on in the agenda, and I have what time right now? I've got 10:12. Can we go ahead with the hearing now without a break and have a break after the hearing, or do you want a break now? How many need a break now? Then let's try to keep our timelines with the public, Rob. Is that good for administration?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Let's proceed.
Okay. Leslie, can you take us back to the main platform and bring in our participants for the hearing?
Both participants are here with us now.
Okay.
Mr. Greg Birch is speaking to the public hearing. So you'll have to recess our council meeting and we will move into our public hearing.
Okay. Do I need a motion to recess or just recess?
Motion to recess.
Motion to recess, please.
I'll make it.
I have it from Lisa. And Lisa, the motion is to recess the public meeting and to go into the public meeting, go into the hearing. Calling question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we are recessed until the public hearing is over. We'll probably take a little break at that point. But let's go to the public hearing now. Leslie, I wasn't sure how many people I had to speak at the hearing, but at least Mr. Birch. Is that what I heard you say?
At this time, it is just Mr. Birch.
Just Mr. Birch. Okay, thank you. All right, let me go into this. I want to welcome everyone to the virtual public hearing. Public hearing procedure sheets have been provided in the agenda center on the MD website. Today's hearing is being held to hear proposed bylaw 10Z-20, a bylaw to amend the municipal district of Bighorn's land use bylaw 09-Z-18 to redesignate Southeast 3226-6 from agricultural conservation district to small holdings district. In public hearings, council must hear from any person, groups of persons, or persons representing them who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw or resolution and who has complied with the procedures outlined by council, and may hear from any other person who wishes to make representation and whom the council agrees to hear. Due to the virtual nature of the hearing, there are a few housekeeping items that I would like to go over. Please state your name when you intend to speak. This aids the recording secretary. Please use the raised hand function when wanting to speak. Please mute your microphone or telephone to minimize background noise. And please avoid interrupting or speaking over anyone else. I will now ask for a motion to go into the public hearing from my councillors. Have I that motion? I have it from Lisa. Asking for discussion and not hearing any, calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The public hearing is now underway. The first step is for the MD administration to introduce the proposed bylaw. I will then call on those speaking in favor or in support of the proposed bylaw 10Z-20, followed by those speaking in opposition to the proposed bylaw. Whether speaking in favor or in opposition, persons speaking on their own behalf may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Persons speaking as a spokesperson for a group or petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. Councillors will be given an opportunity to ask questions of each speaker after each presentation. At no time will disrespectful comments nor questioning of anybody's integrity be allowed. Council will then be provided with a last opportunity to ask relevant questions of administration on the proposed bylaw, and then the bylaw hearing is formally closed. I will remind everyone that once the hearing is closed, no further oral or written submissions will be received on proposed bylaw 10Z-20. May we please have the introduction of the proposed bylaw from our administration? And I believe that...
Jenny Kaspelitz.
Oh, Jenny. Okay, I was thinking, yeah, Jared, but it's Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. Please make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can't see you, but we can now see you as well.
Perfect. So this is the public hearing for proposed bylaw 10-Z/20. The MD received a land use bylaw amendment from Greg Birch of Birch Consulting on behalf of the landowners of the property. The application proposes to redesignate the southeast section 32, township 26, range 6, west of the 5th, from agriculture conservation district to the small holdings district. And the parcel is located south of Highway 40 within the small holdings policy area in accordance with the MD of Bighorn Municipal Development Plan. The parcels are split in half by Baymar Road, which runs east-west. And Baymar also provides access to the two proposed parcels. The public hearing was advertised in the October 29th and November 5th editions of the Rocky Mountain Outlook and Cochrane Eagle. And it was advertised in the October 27th and November 3rd editions of the Mountain View Gazette. So the 2 consecutive weeks have met the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. Notification packages were also mailed to adjacent landowners, and those listed on title and government agencies were emailed notification of the proposed redistricting. The public hearing was also posted on the MD of Bighorn's website. We didn't receive any public submissions. We did also refer these internally to the internal departments, and we did receive comments from the operations department, and I'll just briefly read those out. Any internal roads which will be developed to be under the direction, control, and management of the municipality shall be designed and constructed in accordance with the road design guidelines and construction specifications. And all lots shall be developed with a driveway approach as a condition of subdivision, to ensure that each parcel has proper access, meeting the driveway approach standards. The agricultural fieldmen also didn't have any formal comments, but they just gave a map from Alberta Environment showing that there are a couple of water courses on the property, which the applicant does mention in their application form. Some springs on the northern property and potentially one spring on the southern property. So that was just more of a notification to, at the subdivision stage, check on those water courses through the property. We also got a response back from Alberta Transportation with no comments, as the land is greater than 1.6 kilometers from a provincial highway. And that was all for the submissions. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, the floor is open, councillors, for questions of administration. Paul Clark.
Jenny, for clarity, under the Agricultural Conservation District regulation, there is an opportunity to build a second residence on the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And under the small holdings, what would happen then if these parcels were split into 40-acre parcels?
Yeah, so under small holdings, you're right, a quarter section is allowed to be split into 4 parcels. So each 80-acre parcel would be allowed to be split into 40 acres. And I'll just check the district here quickly. I don't believe that it allows 2 residences in small holdings, but give me 1 second. Yeah, so single detached dwellings, it's 1 single detached dwelling. However, they are permitted to have a secondary suite. So it would be 2 dwelling units, but not 2 residences under small holdings.
Thank you.
And by permitted, I mean secondary suites are listed as a discretionary use, so they would still require Municipal Planning Commission approval.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Any other questions, council? I'm not hearing any. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Oh,
sorry, I'm on the phone here. I'm an adjacent homeowner.
it's not your turn yet, sir. You will get a chance. Thank you. So moving forward, we have had administration's presentation. If there's no more questions of administration from council, we will then move to those speaking in favor of the proposed bylaw 10Z-20. So I don't know where my speaker came from, but are you speaking in favor, sir?
Yeah, sorry about that. I was neither speaking, I wasn't speaking in favor or against. I just had a question, but I can wait till the end. It's fine.
You will have a chance after probably Mr. Birch speaks. So if you're patient, I will remember. I think I'm having trouble remembering today, but maybe every day. At any rate, if you will be patient, sir, I'll let Mr. Birch come forward now, please.
Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr.
I
Cooper?
am. Thank you, Greg. Yeah.
I'd like to share my screen. Hopefully this will work. So as you know, I'm Greg Birch. I'm the applicant for the landowners. This quarter section is split in 2. On the north side, it's owned by Roy Deal and Sharon Carpenter. The south side of the quarter is Wayne Dick and Cheryl Dick. So I'm representing the landowners. And the application, has been said already, is to redistrict the land from AC, or Agriculture Conservation District, to Small Holdings District. Ultimately, the landowners would like to split the parcels in 2, thus creating 4 more or less 40-acre lots, although the subdivision has not really been designed yet.
Excuse me, it's Leslie. Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. Greg, we don't see your shared screen.
Oh.
If you'd like, I have your stuff up, and we can I can view from here.
Oh, yeah, that would be wonderful.
Okay.
It seems to be showing on mine, but perhaps not. Would you like me to try one more time, or?
You know what? Let's just, oh, there you go. There we go.
You see that?
Yeah,
Yes.
now we do.
If I
Thank
hit
you.
play, do you see that?
No.
Okay, I'll go back and just use it in this mode if that's all right, Mr. Reeve?
So you're going to advance it manually?
Yes.
Yes, and you've got 10 minutes, Greg, because you're representing a group.
Okay, thank you. So I guess it's not showing in play mode, but it will show in this mode, and so the images will just be smaller. This was my first screen, which just summarized who I am, who I represent, and the quarter. This is the second one, which I'd like to talk to. This is the Ranchlands area future land use map from the municipal development plan. The small holdings area is in purple, and the arrow that's on the right side is the arrow points to the quarter section, and it's the first property as you would turn left down Baymar Road. But the point is, it's within the small holdings area as specified in the land use, in the municipal development plan. So there are policies as well in your municipal development plan that guide what happens in this area. There are three you can read as well as I can, so I'll just summarize them for you. The first says that in that district, or area rather, it's intended for small holdings uses. That was figure 2 I showed you. You can have one single detached dwelling and other compatible rural uses. Just as a point, going back to the question that was by Clark, there's only one dwelling on the property right now. Mr. and Mrs. Dick live in their home on the southwest part of their land, and Mr. Deal and Ms. Carpenter, they live on the land only temporarily. They have an RV parked on the land.
Greg, you have frozen
Sorry, Greg.
our screen.
Greg, I'm going to ask there. Greg, sorry, this is Leslie. I'm going to ask you to stop sharing. Let's push the box with the X now. Okay, and I will share over here on my screen. And I think that might be a little bit of our technical difficulty.
Thank you.
The problem, Greg, is bandwidth. So
yes, I appreciate your administration's assistance. We contemplated this when we were talking last week just to make sure this would work, and so she has a copy of it as well. And I'll just so I know, I'll just pull it up as well.
Leslie will tell us when she's ready here.
Thank you.
I think we're ready.
All right, and just tell me, Greg, sorry, I think we were on the next slide.
Yes, please. So this is where we froze, I guess. I was just relaying that there are 3 policies that guide what happens in your small holdings district. A, you can have the 4 parcels per quarter section, 1 single detached dwelling, and there is only 1 dwelling on the southern parcel right now. And I don't believe anybody is intending to have secondary dwellings. They've never talked to me about that, but that would be an issue that would be handled in the future under development permit applications. And then the third part there is what has to be considered when you are thinking of the ultimately the subdivision, and sensitive to the natural environmental features, maintain agricultural land if it's there, and finally, sorry, I can't say it either, reduce the requirements for road and utility servicing. So Leslie, if you could advance the slide. So these are the reasons in support, Reeve and Council. It is located within the small holdings area, so it's, as already said, so the MDP allows this. There are small holdings parcels east and west of this, And I don't have a graphic that shows it, but in your land use bylaw amendment package, it's Schedule A attached to the bylaw, clearly shows small holdings parcels east and west. There are no restrictive environmental features of significance. There are some groundwater flows, partly ephemeral, partly real creeks, and then some small springs. But there's no significant wetland area, not a lot of bedrock protruding, no steep slopes. So as a result, going to 4, these parcels have many good residential building sites. Existing road access, Baymar Road cuts through the quarter section east-west, divides it in 2. So you've got an existing MD, good quality gravel road. Because of the existing development in the area, you already have electricity, natural gas lines, other standard utilities that might be needed. Mr. Dick, Mr. and Mrs. Dick have a water well on their property that serves them. My understanding is that it works well for them. And as was said earlier, there's several springs. So all that would suggest there are good water sources. So unlike some of the areas in Jameson Road, there should be adequate water. And then finally, the soil on this property is typical of the area. And so we don't think we'd have any problem with the Alberta private sewage system standard of practice. So we'd be able to handle a private sewage system on this property. Next slide, please. You're only getting part of the image.
Apologies. Yeah, let me just try something here.
Yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
You can see it just like that, Leslie.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. This shows the quarter section, air photograph, of course. The parcel, as I said, were split by Baymar Road. You can see that through the middle. This is how a potential subdivision of the 2 existing parcels to create 4 might occur. We haven't, the landowners and myself haven't discussed the exact subdivision, but basically they'd said they'd like to split them in half. So this just represents that. Again, Mr. and Mrs. Dick live in the southwest corner, what would be lot 3. Their house is down there. Thank you very much. The RV and a few outbuildings are on lot 2, up in the top, in the clearing up in the top. Thank you. So there's only one house, but there's an RV that the Mr. Deal and Mrs. Carpenter use on occasion. The southeast parcel, which would be lot 4 potentially, has a lot of open area. The Dicks used to have younger family living there, and they did use it for grazing and keeping some horses. And then the northwest would be another lot. The access would be or could be easily accommodated where those arrows enter lot 1 and lot 4. So there's an arrow there. Thank you very much. And then there's one on the other side. So easy access, no big issues, no roads on site. And that's probably all I need to show you. You can see the one water course of note going down to Baymar Creek. It's on parcel 2. Just near the quarter section line. Yeah, there's that line. Yes, thank you. Excellent job, Leslie. And probably on to the next slide. I've finished my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. And again, these are questions just from council to the presenter. So I'm going to go around the room. Paul Clark, this is in your ward, so would you like to lead?
I have a couple of questions of administration, but not of Greg.
Okay. I guess I didn't allow them for you, did I? I'll go back and you will get your chance. Okay.
Okay.
Greg, stay tuned. Paul, Ryan, Eric. I think you said I'm pretty good at reading lips.
No questions at this time, thank you.
That's exactly what I thought you said. All right, Lisa.
No, thank you, and thank you for your presentation, Mr. Birch.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you, Greg. It was very clear and put together with all the questions that land planners generally work with. So thank you for your efforts there.
And thank you, Mr. Reeve and council, and thank you for your administrators' help. I really appreciate that.
It is noted. Your comments are noted. Paul Clark, did you have questions of administration from their presentation or after their presentation?
I'm fine right now, Reeve Cooper. The question I have is that this is not a subdivision approval. This is just an amendment from the redesignation of an AC district to a SH district. And there would be another requirement for a subdivision approval. Is that correct?
It's Jenny Kasperwitz here. Yes, that's correct. This is only the redistricting application. So the next step would be a subdivision application, which is approved by the Municipal Planning Commission. And then following that, if there was development, then a development permit and building permit.
Thank you, Jenny. Second question, I think this is one that's to Rob. Does this have any tax implications to the owner having redesignation? Would it change the tax regime from?
It depends on what the assessor says for next year.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. Moving on then. We're going to move on to anyone else wishing to speak in favor. That does not include the last gentleman that wanted to speak in neutral ground. So anyone else wanting to speak in favor, second call. And anyone wanting to speak in favor, third call. Hearing none, I will then go to those speaking in opposition or neutral. And I'm sorry I did not catch our guest's first or last name. Are you still there, sir?
I am still here.
It's your turn to speak.
Okay, my name is Duncan Stewart. This question is out of ignorance more than anything. My question is the only use of this property, or can the only use of this property be for residential construction? And the reason I'm asking is on this road there is another business, a kennel, and that seems to be a very different use. So I'm really just asking the question.
Okay. What happens now is that administration will listen to your question. And as we move down to the end, administration will have a chance to address any questions coming from all the presenters, and your answer will be in there.
Okay, thank you.
I realize it's a little bit like a choreographed dance, but that's how it goes.
It is what it is.
Yeah, thank you for your generosity. Any other public wanting to speak in disfavor or neutral positions? Have I got anybody else on the line, Leslie? It's not that I can tell here.
No, you do not.
Okay, so I've asked for 1 and 2 times. I'll ask the 3rd time, and then we're moving on. All right, thank you. I will now ask if council has any final questions of administration. So councillors, have you got any questions at this point? Feel free to get involved. I'm not seeing any hands or motions there. If there I'll go now to the next one. Is there anything that the administration would like to clarify or correct from today's hearing? And that would be the question that you heard. Jenny?
Yeah, yes. So in terms of the uses that are permitted in small holdings, the small holdings district lists permitted uses and discretionary uses. So there is quite a big list of uses from single detached dwellings and accessory buildings, but it also has discretionary uses such as bed and breakfast, communication towers, retreat. Kennel is listed in there. And that is also, a lot of these are also listed in the Agriculture Conservation District. So for any discretionary uses, those would be presented to the Municipal Planning Commission for decision. And that would be at the development permit stage. So yes, the Small Holdings District does allow uses that are residential in nature and uses that are not residential in nature. I hope that answers the question.
To be clear, Jenny, if they are permitted, they can come before the development officer and be approved at that stage?
Correct. Permitted uses, if there's no variance proposed, depending on the scale of the variance proposed, I guess is a better way to put it, can be approved by the development officer, and discretionary uses must go to the Municipal Planning Commission. Discretionary uses also require that neighboring landowners be notified that the application's coming forward to MPC.
So, the answer is discretionary uses have to come before more scrutiny, and neighboring neighbors have to be identified and notified.
Correct.
There you go. All right, we've come now to the end of our process. If there are no questions of administration still, councillors. So we've now come to the end of our public hearing. I will remind all present that the council will not accept any written or oral submissions once this hearing is closed. And that is very firm, by the way. Councillors, is there any reason I cannot adjourn this hearing? I'm not hearing any. So I'll now declare that the hearing is closed, and I will thank everyone for their participation and interest in the matter. We'll be moving on. Now we're going to take a wee break, about 5 minutes, folks, and then we're going on where we left off in the agenda. So Leslie, have you got a time right now? I've got 10:44.
Mr. Cooper, we are ready to go live.
Okay. Have I got, I've got Rob, okay. Are we live, Leslie?
Yes, we are. We're ready to go.
Okay. Hi again to everyone in the public. We are back in session and the agenda is resuming on what we call F1, which is the standards policy. Before council is a motion to rescind, and that is from Paul Ryan, and we left in the process of discussion on the matter. The idea would be to rescind the previous motion and to bring it forward into this agenda as items 1, 2, and 3. That's the motion and the 2 schedules. This has the advantage of allowing for a change in wording in the motion, but it also puts all of the details in one set of notes, which really helps administration later on keep track of things. So there's several reasons for doing this. The motion is before you. Paul, do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just to reiterate and close, Mr. Chair, is that all I'm doing here is seeking to ensure that we treat people the same. And I think on page 42 in subdivision, they exclude first parcel out. And I am suggesting the same thing be for a subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots.
Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'm off mute.
Yes, you are.
My concern is I'm not necessarily opposed to the motion, although it depends where it goes from here. It's really, I don't think it's relevant to compare it to first parcel out. The first parcel out are typically out of quarter sections, and there's a great deal of distance between houses. I think it's a different kettle of fish if you're talking about a lot between 2 other lots. And although I'm a little bit uncomfortable with getting too far down the regulation road, but the fact is we've had a couple of examples here that have caused us a whole bunch of grief and caused some taxpayers huge financial losses and a bunch of grief because there wasn't proper engineering done at the first place. And I'm talking about high water levels in East Exshaw, and I'm talking about houses that fell in the river in Lac des Arcs. And if the engineering process would have prevented that, I think we'd have all been better off. So to eliminate, if the intention is to eliminate any kind of review of engineering review of these kinds of hazards, I'm not interested in that. If there's a way to ensure that these kinds of things are dealt with, then I'm fine with it.
Thank you. The motion before us is to rescind. The next motion would deal with amendments, but I don't mind comments. Anything, Lisa?
Sorry, you can let Paul go first, but I will add something.
Okay, Paul Ryan?
Yeah, so just perhaps just going to leave some of the concern Councillor Butters has, which are very valid concerns, is that at subdivision stage and before development permits can be issued, there's a pretty rigorous set of rules that can be applied by the development officer or the planning commission that we already have. And in particular with East Exshaw, to build down there now, the properties have to be engineered to deal with high groundwater already. So this would not eliminate that. All I'm trying to do is eliminate the stress and financial burden on someone who's really just trying to create a second lot for their own reasons.
Lisa, did you want to go now?
Yeah, sure. That was similar to what I was about to say. That I know there's already, I guess, engineering requirements for those areas that currently have groundwater or high water issues, but that would be totally separate from what this document is highlighting or asking for. That's at least how I understand it. I don't know if administration can confirm that, but
we're going to get to the answers of those when we talk about amendments in the next section, but right now we're talking about rescinding. So the purpose of rescinding is to get to amendments. Okay. Paul Clark, anything to move forward there with?
Just a question for clarity. In the first parcel out, I understand that completely. The small holdings area where they have one residence per 40 acres. Would this fall on? And I think Bill, you answered this. Would this set of standards fall under this? The standards that you presented?
That's correct. Small holding areas would need to meet these requirements.
And just to add to that, you said that the proponent, the applicant, would require to hire an engineer, and the engineer would make an assessment of whether this was required or not, and present that to the MD. Is that correct?
That's correct. The professional engineer would have to make those professional certifications.
Thank you.
So the motion before council is now to rescind. Rob, any final comments?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Question is before you to rescind. Calling the question. All in favor? Lisa. Paul Clark. Paul Ryan. I've got 2. Opposed. 1. Eric.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and I'm going to move to rescind. So the motion is rescinded. We're now moving into the second part of this, which is to go back to the original motion and the original document. And now you can make a motion to amend, Paul.
So,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that is one potential motion. I think if administration wanted to go through the document to have consistency of wording in the document, that it may be wiser for me to make the motion to refer this back to administration to amend the document to include the wording subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots in the appropriate areas. So that starts with the definitions.
Linda, I'm concerned that you've got the wording for this motion.
I will listen again to confirm, but yes,
I can repeat
it. Go ahead and repeat it, Paul.
Yeah. So my motion is going to be to refer back to administration to amend the documents to include subdivision that will create, to exclude, sorry, subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots in the appropriate sections. And then it will come back to council one more time.
Okay. Right.
I think that may be easier on administration.
Oh, no, it's Rob Ellis.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Ryan, would you be saying then that it's Hamlet residential you're looking at? It would be very specific.
I guess if it wasn't Hamlet residential, it couldn't occur any other place, could it?
You've got Ghost Settlement and Paris Place.
That's a Hamlet.
No, they're not.
Oh, Paris Place is not a Hamlet.
It's just a suggestion. I'm trying to figure out where we would go with using your amendment and where this would apply to. Unless you just want to leave it at that, and administration will just come back with something.
Yeah, so my main shot at this is in the definitions under major plan and the definition of subdivision. And if there's, as long as it achieves the goal of allowing for the subdivision of 1 lot into 2 residential lots, the same as we can with first parcels, then that would be satisfactory to me. It's whether or not it's satisfactory to everybody else.
Okay.
So that's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So what I've strongly heard is it's about residential and not commercial. What I've strongly heard is that it is in an attempt to take some circumstances and make them less onerous in cost to the people coming forward with the application.
That is my intent, Mr. Chair.
Have I missed anything? Okay. Then Rob, can you ask any more questions that might clarify?
No, I've got some ideas in my head. Probably would have to be, we'd probably have to have a size of the lot, what it could be subdivided into with the land use. My only concern about making this change, and I understand why it's being proposed, is that this is a brand new document. We've not used it before. We could also literally just test drive it to see how it works. I'm sure that if someone had a problem with it being too bureaucratic, administration and council would hear about that concern immediately. But I'm just putting that out there.
So, Mr. Chair, I would agree with Mr. Ellis in that this has not been used yet. And so you can test drive any number of different models. And the one model I would like to see you test drive is the one that says that it does not apply to subdivisions that would create 2 or less parcels. And for the same reasons that you stated. And then in the future, if we see that someone's trying to abuse this, we have the ability to correct it.
Okay. The last thing I want to underline is the comment I particularly heard from Eric, and that is that everything we do in development has to take into consideration not only the needs and wishes of the owner who has some privileges that need to be addressed and maintained, but the neighbor's interests and privileges must not ever get lost in these questions. So it's a balancing between interests, and it's being clear in process. Rob.
Yeah, just a question, actually, just to clarify, and Bill Luca might step in on this. If this moves forward and we come back and council approves that there's an exemption for the, we'll say, residential lot split, I don't believe that we can apply the engineering standards to that property then.
Yes, that's what is being proposed. It's not passed, but you're quite correct. That's what's being proposed.
Yeah, for clarity, Mr. Chair, I think it would end up that you would apply the same standards to that, creating 2 parcels from one, as you do to first parcel out. You already have a pile of standards for subdivision and for development, depending on which hamlet it's in. All kinds of plans that are in place right now that deal with drainage, so you can't drain onto somebody else's property, and your driveway size, and all of those things already exist.
Paul Clark,
through the chair.
Okay,
just looking
ahead.
to codify it, actually. That's all.
Yeah.
So the administration or our planning department is not picking and choosing things to use.
That's why I would like the wording to be very clear, Mr. Chair, that it would be a subdivision that would create 2 or less residential lots. I don't think you can misinterpret that.
Well, let's let the planners work with that question. Paul Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still looking for a little clarity on this. Let's say in the area that I'm in, the small holdings, there is a bare, let's say, 40-acre parcel that has not had any dwellings on it before, and an applicant may want to build a dwelling on it. Would all of this apply to that, Bill?
No.
It would apply if they're actually subdividing the land, but it would not apply if they're keeping it on one parcel and if it's a permitted use of the land use bylaw.
It seems like that's a bit of a contradiction, and that's what I'm having trouble with. Is that the standard that we have is that if you have a parcel that's already been subdivided, is not going to be treated the same as a parcel that's going to be subdivided. See where I'm coming from?
I think your comment is to prevent unphased or continuous staged developments. That I understand where you're coming at. I think that's just a discussion administration has to have with the wording, how to accommodate that.
Well, we will see if it can be accommodated, let alone must be accommodated. So it's an open question before council. It is being brought forward in the future. We're just trying to provide the ground for which that discussion can occur.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, anything to finish with?
No, not at all. It's pretty good questions.
The motion is before us, and Linda, you have the motion. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So going to call the question. All in favor? Myself opposed. Eric and
No.
Oh,
No, I voted in favor. I'm going to trust.
In favor?
Yeah, I'm going to trust administration can figure this thing out and come back with an appropriate response.
Understood and appreciated. Paul Clark?
I have a question about that. Is that Councillor Ryan suggested some wording to be put in there, and then Councillor Butters just said, I trust administration to come back with the appropriate wording. I'm not sure where we are.
We are
because I believe.
Okay, let's start from where we left off. We had a motion that was approved. Yeah. We rescinded it.
Yeah.
We are now going forward, and the idea is to put this back with administration with some of the ideas that have been expressed, and I see it coming back to us with their findings and any wording that they can suggest that might go into the document.
Yeah, that's a different motion from what Councillor Ryan is saying, I believe. Sure.
Then I will listen to Mr. Ryan's wording again, and would you like to give it to us, Paul?
So my rationale, Mr. Chair, to refer this back to administration, to include the wording. Administration may look at this and go, well, you know, that exact wording could, the spirit and intent of what you're trying to do could be better represented and achieved with this particular wording instead of that particular wording. So I'm not trying to be so prescriptive that they can't find a way to protect the interest of the MD as well as accommodate residents of the MD. So when Councillor Butters says I trust administration to come back with the appropriate wording, if it came back and they didn't want to use the two or less words, and just that will create 2 residential parcels, that'd be a change in the wording from what I put in my motion, but it wouldn't be contrary to the spirit and intent of what I'm trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
Be like a friendly amendment.
Paul Clark?
Yes, thank you. I'm still questioning whether we are going to vote on the wording, Councillor Ryan, or are we going to refer this back to administration and bring back this for discussion at the next council meeting?
Yeah.
So, for clarity, Mr. Chair, my motion is to refer it back to administration to amend the document to include the wording to exclude subdivision that will create 2 or less residential lots. If they come up with a different way of spelling residential, that's not contrary to the spirit intent.
Okay, I support that motion, but thank you for the clarity, Councillor Ryan.
I think it was needed, and I'm glad that we can have these kind of discussions to get there. Being a small organization and having a little bit of time this morning allows us a privilege, and it's paid off. So I have 5 people in favor. Is that what I heard? Any opposed? No. Okay. The vote then is 5-0, Linda. And we're moving on in the agenda. I'm moving now to G1, which is on page 135. This is for second and third reading, and I have Jared's name on there. Jared is not available to us this morning, but Jenny is. Are you leading with this one, Jenny?
Yes.
Please explain your report.
Okay, so this is second and third reading for proposed bylaw 01/20, which is a road closure in Sibbald Flats. First reading for the application was provided by council on January 14th of 2020, and the public hearing was held in council chambers on March 10th, 2020. No responses were received from the public hearing. And the copy of the bylaw 01/20 was sent to Alberta Transportation for sign off, and that's included in attachment 1.
Okay. All right. I think you might have, were you finished at the last there, Jenny?
Yes, sorry, I'm available for questions.
Okay, available for questions? All right. Eric.
No, I don't have a question. I moved the reading.
Okay, we've been through this
time ago.
Yes, thoroughly. In fact, you can overplow ground. So well, let's get her done. Second reading is before you. Eric has the motion. Discussion. Calling the question. All in favor. Looking for hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you. Second reading is achieved. And do I have a motion for third reading? I have it from Lisa. Discussion. Not hearing any. Calling the question. All in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, councillors. We are now moving on in the agenda to page 138. This is a very similar one, and Eric, I will agree with you. We've been through this before. This is your report, Jenny. Would you like to explain it?
Yes, so this is also second and third reading of proposed bylaw 02/20, which is a road closure in Sibbald Flats. And again, first reading for the application was provided by council on January 14th, and the public hearing was provided on March 10th of 2020. There were no submissions for the public hearing, and the signed bylaw from Alberta Transportation is included in attachment 1.
Okay. So this is for motion is that's sought is second reading, and do I have it on the floor? Anybody want to make it? Paul Clark's got it. Second reading, discussion. We've been through this before. Calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Linda. For third reading, do I have the motion? I have it from Eric. Discussion. Not hearing any. Calling the question. All in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you. We're now moving on to page 141, which is whose report? Bill Luca.
That's correct.
Okay, would you like to introduce your report?
Yes, this is for council to provide all 3 readings to the proposed highway and traffic bylaw. The proposed bylaw is intended to replace the streets and roads bylaw 0308 in its entirety. The original draft was prepared by legal counsel, and it was reviewed with the Streets and Roads Committee in consultation with the Bylaw Services Department. Several revisions have been made to the original draft. There's a separate closed session information report about snow clearing on sidewalks. If council wants to discuss that topic in closed session, or if it's unnecessary to continue with this reading. And just to let the two members of the Streets and Roads Committee know, administration has made 4 what we call minor revisions, administrative revisions. And the reason we're proposing the bylaw is the current Streets and Roads bylaw, our legals informed us that it has some inconsistent and conflicting language, and recommended that we update it.
Okay, that's a good reason to update. Discussion? Paul Ryan? I can't hear you, Paul.
I always get nervous when someone says, since it's been the Streets and Roads, there's been some minor changes. People define minor differently. Can you point me, Mr. Luker, to the section that speaks to snow accumulation on sidewalks?
It's been removed from this bylaw at the recommendation of Streets and Roads Committee.
Okay. What other changes can you point me to?
That we made? It's the 4 bullets on the bottom. We included just additional plans. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. I'm good, Mr. Chair. I'll actually move it.
Okay, I have the motion on the floor. It's recognized. I'm getting feedback from someone. Okay. And the motion is on the floor for first reading. Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Second reading, do I have a mover? I have it from Lisa. Any discussion here, folks? I'm not getting any discussion, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now a motion for third reading. Did I see it from Paul Clark?
No.
Hold on.
Rob has a question.
Rob?
Motion for permission.
The bylaw, as Mr. Lucas pointed out, was prepared by our legal team. However, it is not in our standard MD bylaw format. I could ask you to not proceed with third, and we'll make the changes and bring it back for the next council meeting, or you can approve it, but administration will then make, quote, household changes to it just to put it in the proper format.
Oh, I'm in favor of the first way. I hope other councillors are there with me. Yes, Paul Clark or Paul Ryan?
Yeah, so normally if something is approved, the document, housekeeping and clerical errors and things like that, like punctuation marks or page alignments, they're not considered to be material changes to what was approved by council. Is that what you're suggesting, Robert?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, when you asked for a motion for third, I believe the motion you should have been asking for was a permission to go to third.
I agree. Yeah. Do you want to go forward to third, or leave it at second and have it come back?
I'm happy to go to third and let admin do any housekeeping clerical changes that they need to make it, because it's just formatting.
Okay.
It is, that's all.
Okay. Paul Clark?
No, I agree, and I'm not sure where we are in emotions, but I'll
we're on permission to go to third reading is where we are.
Okay.
So
okay, I'll make that motion.
Who has the motion, Linda?
I didn't have one, and now Deputy Reeve just said he would make it.
Deputy Reeve has the motion, and we're going to call a question. All in favor of going forward? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, and now we're into the third reading. Do I have a mover?
Sure.
From Eric, calling the question. All in favor of third reading? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Rob, for explaining how we can go forward with this. And I assume we will have a document and some knowledge of where the changes have been made, like we did in this document.
You will.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm moving forward. I think we took the vote, yes. 166, or have I skipped something?
No, 166, you're right.
166 are council expenses. I apologize to you for them all being mine. Are there any anything? Lisa, you also attended the Altalink one.
Yes, I have to submit expenses. I'm playing catch up there.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make it.
Make it for all four?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, I guess I better agree. 5. Thank you very much. H2, we're now on Ghost Country Place and Pears Place, a paving project. Would you like to speak to that, Eric?
Well, I would move staff rec. We also plowed this ground a little while ago, and I'm happy to support it the way it's presented.
Okay, so it is a two-motion recommendation. I'm taking it as first. So the funding in part as part of the stimulus program. So the 158,000 is the first motion. Okay, any discussion? I think it's
Is the administration going to speak to it, or?
They can if they like. Is this
Mr.
Bill?
Luke can speak to it if you wish.
There's not much for me to talk about. We had quite a lengthy discussion on it at Finance and Ec. And since then, the Director of Finance has identified a reserve to fund the remaining balance.
Okay, we're not on part 2 right now. We're on part 1, which is funding from the stimulus program. So, Eric, you have the motion. Would you like to speak to it before I call the question?
No, it's clear.
Okay, calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you. Second part now is before you, which is $67,000 coming from the levy aggregate levy reserve. This is only some of the money in that reserve. There's quite a bit of money in that reserve. Paul Clark.
I'll make that motion, Chairman.
Okay, I have it from Paul Clark. Discussion? Hearing any, calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is a carried motion of council and a project that will be underway this spring when we have a lot of other paving going on. All right, the next item is page 170. This is the capital budget.
Page 168, H3.
168, H3. I skipped one.
Yes, it's the AFRAX radio.
Okay, thank you.
Chief Lister is available to answer your questions.
Chief, would you like to introduce your comments to this before we discuss it? I know you're there. Chief Lister?
Yeah, good morning. Can you see and hear me?
I can hear you. I cannot see you, sir. Oh, now I can see you.
All right. Well, this is the project, kind of a complicated thing. There's a lot of, it's a real puzzle, a lot of different pieces. We've got the present VHF system we have works quite well, but it's it's kind of a hobbled together kind of thing. It doesn't use simple technology, but it does work well. As far as the AFRAC system goes, to try and bring our three departments together, each of us have a kind of a unique uses the way we use the system. And AFRAX doesn't quite replicate all of these, so that's what makes it more difficult. And I'm finding that I just think it's going to be really tough to try and phase things in, just because we still need to be able to communicate together. And if we don't get all the equipment together, then there's going to be occasions where we've got two radios in our pockets, and it just makes it very complicated, especially for our members. The other thing is we have bought a few AFRAX radios over the years. In my report, I stated that I mentioned a particular model of radio. They look the same. They came in 3 different years. And when we went to program them last time, the programmer found out that they had different software in them. The radios are very complicated. It took them about an hour to program each one because you had to come up with a new scheme. So I think that's another reason why we should try and get all our radios together at the same time, because they'll use the same software, and then they'll have the same generic programming scheme. So it'll still take time to program each radio, but it'll be down to 15 to 20 minutes per radio. Like I said, they can't be cloned like previous radio technology, because these things are basically, they're as much of a computer as they are a radio. So I think that kind of sums it up. It's just without going laboring on, it's just a very complicated project, and I just like the freedom to spend a larger chunk of money and get us online with AFRAX. I also pointed out that we're basically the only ones we could talk to using our system is ourselves. We can't use VHF. Canmore Fire Department's now using AFRAX. The Morley Fire Department is using AFRAX. Cochrane is using AFRAX. Rocky View is using AFRAX. So we're getting to be a bit of an island too. So I think that's the main reasons.
Okay, Eric?
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. And frankly, I support the request. We were going to do it over 3 years, and that would mean we'd have 3 more years of this mismatch. So I supported it. I see that we've got the request here is for $350,000. We have $450,000 allocated in the budget, and Shana helped me out with that and said, well, if we don't spend it all, it'll just remain in the reserve. And I'm good with that. My only fear is sometimes when we're doing these things, if these documents are public and if some supplier looks at it and said, oh, they're willing to spend $450,000, perhaps the price would become $450,000. But if Rick and his colleagues are confident they can do it for $350,000 and leave the balance in reserve, I'm happy. So basically, I support the request.
Okay. So, Lisa?
Good point, Councillor Butters. I like that. Rick, I'm just wondering how long it will take to become fully operational. Like if we got permission from council today and put in an order tomorrow, like how long to receive them, have people trained, and to be fully AFRAC compliant?
Well, it's like I say, it's still complicated. I think it'd be wise to get the equipment now. In the report, you'll see there's quite a good discount if we buy before or purchase or make the order before the end of the year. Yeah. The delivery would be, there doesn't seem like Motorola seems to be able to deliver the equipment pretty promptly. So I would say if we ordered in, in the next month, take advantage of the discount, then the radios they would probably arrive sometime in January. We can begin programming them and using them right away. Like this is for, and you'll note I said it's the minimum amount of radios, but I still feel pretty confident with, I've got another list of radios where they'd be going to, and I'm pretty confident that, and so are the other, Tom and Wayne are on board too. They think that's the radios that they need. And so really there's no contingency in there if I did make a mistake. But I think that if we go ahead and buy the equipment and start programming, we'll be able to implement it fairly quickly. One kind of thing that's not quite good with AFRAX is the paging. It's not true paging, in that a paging, any device that is like a pager, it's actually asleep until it gets a set of tones, which you can't hear, which wake the radio up, and then the radio starts, or the pager starts, sending out audio. So we don't have true paging with AFRAX yet, but it's being worked on. So that's the one portion I would delay a little bit until we get a little bit more perfected, but we know it's coming. So I think it shouldn't influence a delay. It shouldn't cause a delay, because we will have it.
Okay.
So to answer your question, I'd say I would say within 3 or 4 months, we could be using these radios. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a memorandum. We received them as information. Do I have a motion to receive as information, please? I have it from Eric. Following the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. And Chief, thank you for your report.
Hey, welcome. Thanks, you.
Yeah. Now we're into budget, and that's page 170. And Shayna, you are on screen somewhere. See you. And you will introduce your budget, please. I did read this very carefully, Shayna, and it is, having worked through it, the document is very organized and available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Today I'm asking that Council approve the attached 2021 budget and 5-year capital plan. We discussed this at the October 27th Finance and Economic Development Committee meeting, and there were 3 amendments that were recommended at that meeting for the operations shop and administration building and the AFRAX radio system. Those amendments have been made, and attached is the budget document. I will draw to your attention that we are proposing the municipal tax requirement for the 2021 fiscal year remain the same as the 2020 tax requirement. This is not the same as a tax rate increase, and that will be determined in early 2021 when we have the new assessment values available to us. I can open the floor to questions or move through the document.
I noticed that page 15 of your document is kind of the old information put in a new format. So there may be some questions from that. Otherwise, the only changes I found were things that were advanced in timing, or the AFRAX system that was put as a whole rather than as a staged entry. So, Council, have you got any questions on the document? Paul, Ryan.
Yeah, just a process question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So currently this is administration's budget. It's not council's budget yet. And so if there are things in this that may have been discussed before but never got into the budget for whatever reason, my understanding of the process is that a councillor would have to make a motion to amend the budget to include.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay.
But
someone has. I'll move the
1 and 2.
I'll move the budget, and then I'd like to speak to my motion.
Okay. You're moving the budget. All right, and then you have. Okay, so
I make an amending motion.
Okay, I got you now. Okay.
Yeah. So now I want to propose an amendment, Mr. Chair, in the capital budget for 2022. We've talked in the past about doing a cost of services study numerous times at numerous different meetings. Administration was present, however, it didn't make it into the budget. And so the reason I'm proposing it, Mr. Chair, is that Section 201 of the Municipal Government Act speaks to the duties of councillors. And a councillor is responsible for developing and evaluating the policies and programs of the municipality. And it goes on to say council's primary role is to ensure that services are provided to citizens and property owners. This involves establishing policies about what programs and services are to be delivered, the level at which they are delivered, and the budgetary requirements. Council evaluates the policies and programs through information obtained from the CAO and feedback from its citizens. So this speaks to what a councillor is supposed to do. And of course, in order for councillors to be able to do that, and this is, I believe, a succession document in my view, is that if you're going to develop policies and programs about delivering services and levels of services, wouldn't you want to know what it actually costs you to deliver those services? And currently we do not. And it's a real Easter egg hunt when we're trying to deal with things. So today we heard a presentation for a skating rink. And so I am asking, or I'm making the amendment to have it included in the capital budget for 2022 in the amount of $50,000. That is my motion.
Okay.
Sorry, Paul, did you say 2022?
Yeah. Or sorry, wait now. It can be 2021 or 2022. I think 2021 looks fairly busy. This will be most valuable to new councillors because over the years I've kind of figured out some of the questions. So that is what I'm proposing, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the motion that I heard you go for was the budget, and then you made an amendment to the budget on one line. Is that correct?
I'm proposing an amendment to the budget on one line in the capital budget for 2022.
Okay, and that line is for a cost of services study.
Correct. Mr. Chair, the way I would see that going would be there would have to be a terms of reference developed for it that council in 2022 would have to approve.
Okay, so that would be post-election, and that question would come before their strategic planning, or that we're out of strategic planning now and into budgets.
So, Mr. Chair, when you have a new council and they go at your strategic plan, who knows what will survive? And it's actually the same as your budget. Who knows what will survive? I'm just hoping that council will support this because we do have a lot of corporate knowledge of how this could be best applied.
Okay. All right, this motion is recognized, but it's before council, so discussion at this point. Lisa?
I would certainly support Councillor Ryan's amending the motion.
Okay, so the amending motion for cost of services study. Paul Clark.
I support the motion as long as it's 2022, not 2021.
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Eric? Oh, can't hear you, Eric. Can't hear you. Yep. Hello, Eric.
You probably pressed the wrong button.
Eric, you've shut off your camera.
I got your camera. Now you're...
Nope. Hit that button one more time. And then next door on the microphone.
I can't wait for the day where we can have in-person council meetings again.
Boy, am I there with you on that one. Hi, Eric. Can we hear you?
I think I might have it. Have I
Oh,
got
we
it
got
now?
you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There was another screen up that I couldn't get rid of. Sorry about that.
Oh, you don't
Yeah,
have to be.
I'm inclined to support the thought of Paul Clark when he said, "I don't care if we do it as long as it's after I'm done." And if it's going to be a council decision of the day, fine. What gives me a bit of pause is the idea that we're going to go through and we're going to find out that various communities have different costs of services. That's very nice. Now what? Is the intent to equalize those costs of services? Is it the intent to what is the intent there? Is it this is a chunk of money. We've talked about this before and it's never gained any traction. And as a last minute addition to a budget debate, I'm not sure that's real appropriate either, but I'm not necessarily, I guess, against it. I'm just wondering what the real motivation and implications are.
I will say that we have discussed this in strat planning sessions, and I wasn't aware that we had completed those discussions at that level. We have a decision before us, and I'll see how council votes, but I think it needs to be better discussed at strat planning. Yeah, Paul?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if that was the first year in this council's term, I would wholeheartedly agree with you. What I am doing is I'm teeing this up for 2022 for a future council who will then have those discussions at strat planning, and what they will do with the terms of reference will be to focus how that study is conducted.
Let them
None of us are going to, pardon me?
Let them put it in their budget if that's what they want to do.
Well, we have other things in their, we have other things in their budget already.
I know.
So I'm just adding this to the 2022 budget so that the discussion will take place.
Okay. Fine. Any more discussion before we go to motion or decision? Not hearing any. Oh, Paul or Eric, sorry.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that this is something that should be fleshed out at strategic planning as we go down the road rather than, jumping into it at the last minute here.
We'll see how it goes. Lisa?
Further to Councillor Ryan's comments, I see the need to support this because there's been conversations in our past, and these conversations I've been a part of in Dead Man's Flats when our previous CAO had a meeting with our community association. And the question was presented, if there were extra services that the community of Dead Man's Flats, for example, were looking for and were willing to pay, what is the process to make that happen? There's no process established. I think something like this that Councillor Ryan is suggesting will help identify a way in which services are being identified as what is being provided by the municipality, what is available through the municipality, what is available through the cost through the municipality, what is not available. I think it's, we don't, just because we're doing what we're doing right now doesn't mean that's what we have to do in the future. And I think looking at the services that are can be or are being provided will help continue that conversation. Not all wards need to be treated equal, and not all hamlets are requesting the same things either. So, yeah, that's where
you're saying accommodate difference is what I've heard you say.
Yeah, and yeah.
Good. We're listening, just so you know. Paul, did you have anything you were going to say?
Yeah, I just want to close on my motion, Mr. Chair. Once again, and I read out the section 2011A of the MGA, And what I'm trying to do is set up a situation where the future council will actually be able to do what Section 2011A and the MGA wants them to do and tells them it's their duty, which is to establish policies about what programs and services are to be delivered, the level at which they are delivered, and the budgetary requirements. So the MGA says this is what you got to do as a council. What I'm saying is let's give them the tools to be able to do it and find out what it costs us to deliver services and what are the budgetary requirements.
Okay. Very good. Going to call the question. I think I've got this right now. We're calling the question on the levels of service study.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in the 2022 capital budget.
But if we're doing your amendment first, right? And then the budget question.
All you will be voting on is my motion to amend the capital budget for 2022 to include $50,000 for a cost of services study, not the whole budget, just one line. There may be other people that think there's stuff needs to go in there.
No, I don't think so, but there's always that possibility at this point. We've been through the budget many, many times, but calling the question on levels of service going into the budget. All in favor? 1, 2. Opposed? Both in favor, Paul Clark?
Yes.
Paul Clark?
Yes.
In favor. Okay. Opposed? Eric and myself. Very good. The motion has succeeded. Now what do we do with the budget, Rob?
You still have my motion, Mr. Chair.
Move forward with the recommendation from administration.
Okay. Lisa?
I also have an amended motion.
Okay.
To consider for the 2022-23 capital budget. It's something I've been thinking about just recently when I consider the sustainability and continuity of the MD of Bighorn. But this conversation has been on the back burner for many years, and despite the effort to get started and completed before our next election cycle, I'm afraid we've run out of time. And I would like to make a friendly amendment and add a ward boundary review to the 2022 or 2023 capital budget. I'm not sure on what the cost of something like this would be, possibly in the $25 to $30 range. But administration, I'm not sure if you would have an idea of what would be more appropriate for a cost of something like that.
In terms of order, Mr. Chair, an amendment to a budget is never considered friendly because you're changing the figures.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
You're just proposing a second amendment to the budget, Lisa. That's what I understand this to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's on a ward study, boundary study in 22-23, which I assume would follow a Canada Census document that would be available at that time. Is that your thinking?
Yes, that's why I'm not sure of 22-23, but I suppose that could be part of my motion to follow the published, whenever the published results of the next Canada Census are released.
Okay, so the question before council is to put this item in the budget. And again, I would assume that a council of the day would be looking at this and defining their understanding of the need. We're just providing a placeholder for them to be reminded that the question is important.
And it is important. I've had a number of our constituents talk to me about this over my years as a councillor. And I think it's important to have this as a placeholder moving forward.
Okay. Paul Ryan.
Yeah, I'll speak to it, Mr. Chair. I'll support Councillor Roosevelt's motion. I think it is wise for this council to leave a few breadcrumbs and some guidance for a future council. And certainly that is one of the things that will be there, and the significance of it being in the capital budget is that it shows that we have been thinking about it and we have put in place a mechanism to be able to execute. So I'll support a motion.
Okay. Discussion is on the floor still. This is another placeholder for which there may need to be a lot of discussion at the strat planning level. And that concerns me, but it doesn't concern me that we're bringing these forward because I think they have to be asked and answered. But I'm going to call the question if there's no more discussion. Calling the question. Yes, Rob.
There needs to be a dollar value for it. I have no idea
Yes,
what
it
that
does.
I had suggested 25 to 30,000, but I have, it's just an uneducated estimate.
Yeah.
If
And
it's
it
a
can be
place,
refined.
then 30 would be fine.
It can be refined in another budget as this goes forward. So we don't have to be exact, but I think we have to be realistic. Okay. So did you have a year that you suggested, Lisa, so I can be specific?
2022, 23.
Yeah, I'm not sure like how quickly a federal census is completed and released. So
be available in the spring of 22.
So then let's put it in the 22 budget, and if it's something that a future council doesn't get to until 2023, it can be deferred to that year.
Okay. So, all right, I think we're at the level of understanding. I'm going to call the vote. Those in favor of the inclusion in the budget, please.
The amendment.
And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed, none. Okay, maybe I should ask if there's, seeing I've been surprised twice, is there another surprise? Something to bring forward into the budget?
Thank you, Council.
Okay, I'm not hearing any. What do we do now, Shana? We have an amended budget. Do we go back? I can't hear you, Shana. You're turned off. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I believe that Paul had made a motion to approve staff rec, but now it would be approve the amended budget?
Yeah.
Is that what we would move forward with?
I think so. Yeah. As long as administration and council are in agreement as to what the question is. Yeah, Paul Ryan.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, in terms of process, so I made the motion for the budget so that we could have an opportunity for amendments. The amendments were made, and they're not a lot of amendments, and it only affects 2 line items. So I don't think the budget needs to come back again. I think it would just be the motion to approve the budget.
Is that your motion?
Yeah, we amended the budget. Council has just amended that budget document that was administration's budget.
I agree. Okay. All right. Discussion? Calling the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, Rob had his hand up. He was voting.
No, I think it should have been, the budget should have been approved as amended with those 2 items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that's what we had decided. Are you of a different opinion, Paul? That was your motion.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
It's just, I don't believe, Mr. Chair, it needs to go back and come back again. I think that it was very clear, so the budget was amended by council and it was approved by council.
Yeah, I agree with you. Can somebody tell me what page we're moving to now? H5?
193.
193. Okay. This is a community enhancement project for Exshaw. We are at 12 o'clock. Do you want me to keep going in the agenda, or do you want to break for lunch?
The hungrier we are, the faster we'll get through the remaining.
Okay, I'm agreeing with Butters. Let the record show.
I do believe that human beings can be herding animals.
Why don't we do 1 or 2 more items here, Reeve Cooper?
And then what?
And then break for half an hour for lunch.
Okay. We've got 2 opinions.
You don't have a lot on here.
So. Oh,
we're only at
We're at
H5. We still have
We
all the
got
way
some
to
to go.
H18.
Yeah, we've got lots to go actually. All right, so let's take H5. We are on it now. This is a request for $50,000. Paul Ryan and I have agreed between ourselves that we sponsor this to council, and it is for repairs in the community association.
I'll move it and speak to it, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So there's nobody here from the community association to speak to it. I know that they did provide a cover letter that talks about the different things that are going on, stating their situation. $50,000 is not much money for the amount of damage that was done, but the community association was very fortunate to have quite a few volunteers do a lot of work. I'm one of them. And so they are trying to recover the money they've spent and some additional funds to put in some backup pumps in the basement, as well as change the sewage grinder.
Right. So the recommendation is for this to come out of the community hosting fund. Can I call the do I have the motion? Is that yours,
Yes,
Paul?
you do for me. Yeah.
And can I call the question? Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
On behalf of the community association, thank you.
Okay, should we take a break for half an hour and get some calories on board? We do have a fairly extensive agenda when we get into in camera as well.
Well, my Uber Eats is not here yet.
That's your problem.
It's never going to get there, Paul.
The hole in your boat, I'm not bailing.
All right, I'll go cook my own lunch.
Okay,
So this
let's
is what, half hour or
12:30?
less?
a half hour. Yeah, 12:30. We'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Postponement till 12:30. back into session. Thank you, Leslie.
You are live and good to go.
Hi again, everyone. We are on page 205, item H6, which is a recreation services contribution agreement with Canmore. Rob, you're going to introduce that. Shana,
Yes, I
are you
am.
on board? Maybe not.
Hello?
So the MD has been negotiating with the town of Canmore since June 2019 to prepare a new recreation agreement between our two municipalities. While the previous agreement expired on December 31st, 2019, the negotiations continued between the MD and Canmore, and a final agreement was put together and finalized on October 27th, 2020 by the two administrations. I have had discussions with the CAO for Canmore, and they understand that we're moving forward today with their approval of it. They will be doing their approval back on December the 1st coming up. So I would recommend that Council authorize the signing of the Recreation Service Agreement 2020 to 2025. So the agreement is for 6 years and will conclude on December 31st, 2025.
Yes, Eric.
A question, Mr. Chairman. There was some allowance for the facility being closed due to COVID in 2020. And is there a similar allowance for 2021? I mean, if it's not open or if it's not fully functional till, third or halfway through, or who knows how far through 2021, is there a appropriate cost reduction?
There is no provision for that.
Is it open now?
They are limited. They have limited access right now.
I haven't been since March, or probably before that.
Well, I guess the agreement's been hacked out, but if we can't use it, why would we pay for it? It doesn't mean I'm opposed to the agreement. It's just a concern of mine.
That's
a fair question.
A fair question. Okay. Do I have a motion for this? Lisa, do you want to make it?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Motion is recognized. Do we have to do it in two separate allotments or just one?
It's just one motion. It's just one motion, Cooper.
Okay. So discussion. Shana, anything to bring forward from administration?
No, I don't have anything to add to the report.
Okay.
Just
Then let me thank both of you for the work that administration's put into this for several years and gotten it to a point of agreement. It's remarkable, actually. Thank you. Lisa, you want to talk to it?
You echoed my sentiment, Reeve Cooper. I just really wanted to thank administration for being diligent on this and staying on top of it and finding a resolution between our two administrations and councils to come to this agreement. And I think it's a fair and good agreement between our two municipalities. So thank you very much for getting us to the home plate here.
Okay. The motion is on the floor, and did you have it, Lisa?
Yeah.
Okay. Going to call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you. We're now on to H7. This is a facilities need analysis. It is in two parts, and I see this as requiring two motions. Is that correct, Rob?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. You can introduce your report.
Alberta's value chain.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Okay. On October 27th, the Finance and Economic Development Committee reviewed the request for proposal document, which is attached to this document. There was concern about some wording in there, which has been made. Councillor Roswell's motion, final presentation to Council, has been included in section 4.6, and that is highlighted. Administration and Council have been discussing the need to replace existing municipal buildings for the past decade. Facility needs assessment study was prepared by Marshall Tidmore Architects in 2010. The study was predicated on predictions for future development in the MD and established competent space requirements required to service the expected growth of the municipality on a 20-year time horizon. Using the findings of the MTA study, the MD's corporate strategic plan reflects the need for a new operations shop and administration building. You can see it as attached as attachment number 1. In the 10 years since the MTA study was presented, the needs for new municipal buildings has not diminished, and in fact, the requirement for a new operations shop has become even more critical at this time. The RFP has been prepared, and we are hoping that the council will approve the terms of reference, and we can move forward to start this review in early 2021.
Okay, motion. Is there a mover? I have it from Eric. You can speak to the motion, Eric.
Yeah, we've got to get on with this. We've not got on with it for a long time, and I think we need to get on with it. And the only other comment I have is that just make sure it's clear to whoever is doing this that the north end of my ward is well in contention for the new admin building. Not be overlooked.
We will not overlook you. All right. Discussion? I'm not hearing any. Calling the question. All in favor of the first recommendation? Yes. 5 of us. For the second point bullet, what do you want to do there?
I'll make that motion.
Have I got the right? Am I on the right page?
Probably. 213.
Okay, yes, there is a second bullet here. I was not on the right page. Lisa has it again. We're going to call you Quick Draw. 8-7, second bullet, discussion. Calling question, all in favor? Carried. All right, that's 5 of 5. Moving on to the next item, which is
page 234.
234, yep. Okay, this is a third-party review of Jura Creek mitigation design. Rob, that's probably yours. No, it's Doug Fulford, but I don't see him on here.
No, he's on the line now.
Okay. Hi, Doug.
Hello.
Are you coming on screen?
I think I should be, but
sometimes
You're
just
incognito.
My camera's on. I'm not sure if maybe there's just a delay. I should pop
There
up.
you are. You popped up. You can explain your report.
Okay, basically, what I'm asking is, for Jura Creek, we're at the stage where Golder has prepared, issued for regulatory approval drawings, and prior to proceeding with the rest of the final issued for construction drawings and the Jura Creek project itself, I would like to have a third party review the design to make sure that the MD is getting the biggest and best bang for their buck. This is a $4 million roughly project, and I think a second set of eyes would add a lot of value to that.
Okay, discussion? Lisa?
Thanks, Doug. I'm just curious, is this something we have done in the past with other mitigation engineering work?
That's a good question. With Hart Creek, there was a third-party review. It was not initiated by the MD of Bighorn. It was initiated by Alberta Transportation.
Okay.
With Exshaw Creek, I'm not aware that there was a third-party review. Rob, do you know the answer to that question?
There was not a third-party review conducted.
Okay. I guess, like, I'm reading your 4 bullets here. To ensure the design incorporates best practices for erosion control. Design maximizes cost benefit. Design will be durable and low maintenance after flood events, and ensure the design minimizes groundwater risk to East Exshaw. I'm just curious, is the design minimizes groundwater risk to East Exshaw the catalyst for doing this third-party review?
No, I wouldn't say so. It's just another consideration.
Okay. I'm just, I guess because we've never done it before, I wonder, A, why we haven't been doing it before, and B, why we're now all of a sudden doing this. And if it was because of the groundwater risk to East Exshaw, then I would understand. But you're saying it's not.
No, I mean, that's one of the considerations, but to me, if you're going to spend $4 million, this is a project where the lifespan is expected to be 50 to 75 years, perhaps longer. You just want to make sure the erosion control that you put in is really robust and the best it can be. The techniques for doing erosion control are changing all the time. The design is now 3 or 4 years old in its current state. And I believe that there's an opportunity to get a better outcome with this third-party review.
So you believe it's possible the design might be outdated already?
I think there's some best practices that we may have an opportunity to incorporate some best practices that are not currently part of the design.
Okay.
I don't know that for sure. I'm not a hydrology engineer, and I don't want to try and influence this design with my own opinion. But I just believe that based on discussions with others and what I've learned over the last several years, that there may be some opportunities for improvement.
Rob?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Oswald, I guess when we've been doing these projects now for a few years, we're starting to realize, one, how to deal with one of these projects of these magnitude, and this is a good idea to be overviewing that project and making sure, as Mr. Fulford's pointed out, that is being designed with best practice involved, plus the other 3 items that he has in his staff report. So it's a learning exercise also for administration as we go forward.
Mm-hmm.
I think one thing that fits in here, Lisa, is this project was divided into 3 phases, and that's quite unlike the projects that we're working on right now. So Hart Creek was just 1 phase, and Exshaw Creek was 1 phase. So there are 3 phases involved, and I think that makes it more complicated.
Yeah, and I agree with it. Like, now that I understand too, like the design is a few years old, and it is possible that some new best practices are available. I guess I just don't want a third-party review on engineering work that we've already paid for to be set a precedent for engineering work going into the future. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Paul Ryan?
No, I have a question, Mr. Chair. When I look through your drawings, Doug, some of them have some yellow highlighting on them. The tree harvesting and waste stockpile drawings. Are we going to make sure that we're not stockpiling material on somebody's land?
Sorry, what page is that, Paul?
It's not numbered.
236.
Drawing C100, drawing C100 is probably the best one. This one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. I have it up on my screen as well. I'm assuming Golders looked at the property boundaries when they designed this stockpile, but I've not asked them that specific question.
Yeah, I'm learning every day more and more not to assume anything that they did. So anyway, it's just a note for you now that part of this review is going to ensure that we're not putting material on private property.
Agreed.
Okay.
Okay, do I have a mover?
Sure.
Have it
Me.
from Paul, staff rec. Paul, any question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're moving on to H9. I don't think I'm skipping anything yet. This is a road encroachment. The drawings are before you.
And the pictures.
And Bill, this is yours.
Yes, this is for council to authorize administration to execute a road encroachment agreement for a fence within the road allowance adjacent to number 17 Pigeon Mountain Drive in Exshaw for a 10-year term. This is not a new encroachment. The existing agreement is expiring, so it's for a renewal of the road encroachment. We've sent for circulation, and we don't believe that the encroachment affects the function or operation of the road.
Questions of administration? Not hearing any. Mover?
I'll move it.
Who moved it?
I'll move it.
Okay, Paul?
Me.
Paul Clark. Question? No, Paul can't hear you.
Just kind of a due diligence question, Bill. Have there been any incidents or concerns about this encroachment from local residents?
Not that I've heard of.
Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
I have a mover. Is that you, Paul Ryan? I believe.
Sure.
And
Yes.
going to call a question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're now moving on to H10, which is on page 251. This is a proposed project, and I believe it's yours, Bill.
That's correct. This is for council to authorize administration to seek feedback from the residents of Mount McGilvery and Pigeon Mountain Drive on the option to regrade the lanes in East Exshaw. It's not an approval to proceed with the project. It's just to receive feedback on a preliminary or conceptual design that was completed as part of our emergency response this past summer during the high groundwater event. And the reason I'd like to select feedback or receive feedback is I'm not sure the design will be well received. We're hoping for a simple solution where we could simply lower the lane or kind of in a center swale. But the design does require some fills along the property line. And I just want to get feedback from the residents on that so council can make an informed decision before commitments made to move forward or not to proceed with the project.
Paul Ryan.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I'll make the motion and I'm going to speak to it if that's okay.
Yes.
So I agree with this. This was before Streets and Roads, and when looking at springtime and looking at pumping and things like that, some of you may recall that when we got our stormwater management plan, that one of the considerations was putting ditching in on McGilvery and Pigeon Mountain. And some of you may know that a ditch did go in with some culverts on McGilvery, but one did not go in on Pigeon. At the time, there was strong opposition in East Exshaw to having ditches and culverts in front of people's houses. And I think we learned this year that we needed something a little bit better than was already there, or not there at all. And I think it's prudent for administration to go back to those streets with that plan and get some feedback from the community.
Okay. Discussions continuing. Lisa?
I'm just curious from administration's point of view, why we have waited to do something like this when there is a cyclical nature to the groundwater, high groundwater table in East Exshaw.
The project was identified as part of the Extra Stormwater Management Plan.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the implementation of the plan, to reiterate what Councillor Ryan said, one, we did propose ditching on Pigeon Mountain Drive. That was not well received at all by the community. So that project was contemplated by the MD, and I believe the MD was ready and willing and wanting to go ahead with that project, but it did not receive the support. So this is a continuation of the Extra Stormwater Management Plan, but it has been deferred by council. So this would move this item forward. And there is funding under the plan in reserves that we could use to do the funding, to do the project, to fund the project. The other thing is there's development proposed and there's engineering which is proceeding with that development. So it also fits into that, waiting for that. But we did proceed with the design in June as part of the emergency response and have discussed it, I believe, twice at Streets and Roads since then.
Okay, and so just to be clear, the residents on McGillivray and Pigeon were consulted about this years ago, but declined. I don't know if I understand properly. They declined this type of work to be done?
Not the specifically regrading of the lanes in East Exshaw.
Yeah.
This is actually rather a new discussion with the residents. It was to put in a swale or ditch on Pigeon that was declined before.
Okay, so this is slightly different.
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess one more comment would be just making sure when we do, or if this is supported by council, when administration goes to the residents of those two streets, to make sure the communication is very clear and also clearly illustrated. I feel like I've got a different image in my mind of what it's going to look like by the way you describe the project, Bill, versus how it looks in the engineer drawings. So I feel confused by those two. So I'm not sure if there's a clearer way to identify in a drawing what it would look like.
Right now, at this time, I can provide the preliminary design drawing, but that's the engineering I have at hand, where I could proceed with further engineering to get further cross sections. And maybe from the feedback, we might have to do that and go back for a second round, but this is information I have at hand.
Mm-hmm.
This is the information to council, Bill. This is not necessarily what you're going to go to the community with. Is that correct?
Unless directed otherwise, my intention was to go with attachment 3 to the community.
That's how I understood it, that this is what you would bring to the community. So I just feel like the illustration isn't something's conflicting versus being complementary, and I'm not sure if it's the written description or the image, the diagram.
Well, through the chair to Councillor Oswald, you're absolutely right about communication, and it will be imperative that administration, when this is going out, this drawing is going out, is that we get feedback right away from people if they need to see something else, so they better understand it, or to meet with us on site to see what it is. Obviously, there'll be snow on the ground, but to understand what is being contemplated here. So the more that they understand, the residents of McGillivray and Pigeon, of what it means to do the regrading of these two laneways, the better it will be for the MD moving forward with good information for council to make a decision whether to proceed with the project or not.
Absolutely, yeah. I think we need to be very clear in our communication and not necessarily expect the public to come back to us with questions, because our public are busy people. So to be able to provide them with one document that has all the answers, I think would be best practice. But we'll see what council thinks here.
So, did I get a motion for this?
Yeah, it did for me.
Okay.
Just, can I speak to Councillor Roosevelt's concern?
Yes.
So this has cycled through streets and roads a little bit. And so it's not the first time I've seen these drawings. But there is actually, the drawing itself is quite faded. Like the reproduction of the drawing is very tough to look at. But if the lines were dark and you could actually read what was there, you probably have a better understanding. Because when I look at these, I know exactly what they look like, but I'm used to reading drawings that have elevations on them. But I hear what you're saying. Administration will probably have to come up with maybe a better version of the same drawing, because I think this is what should go out to the public.
Or even an exaggerated version, just to really, be very clear.
The word exaggerated and minor are ones that I'm becoming more and more sensitive to.
Right.
So anyway, Bill, are you planning on bringing that drawing back to Streets and Roads, or are you just going to barge out through the door with this afternoon and start stuffing it in people's doorways?
No, my intention wasn't to bring it back to Streets and Roads. I've got a December 15th a deadline for the comments. Okay. If it's approved, I will add the preliminary design with darker, make sure the print's better to this, to the current 2-page
Okay,
question.
Considering that I'm running out of ears and buttonholes, can I see a copy of the drawing you intend to give to these folks? Because they all know where I live.
Yes, I can do that.
So you go to all of council then, not just one councillor.
Sure. Yeah. If it was going back to Streets and Roads, then that would be a little bit different, I guess.
Yeah. Good. I think that the question before us is this the program that we want to send out to the community, and then we will watch how it folds out as an activity on the ground. We've given direction to, in this motion, we're giving direction to administration. I have the motion. You've had your discussion. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That was H9. Now, I think, or H10. The next one is on page 258. It is H11. And we've got a series of these, folks. Each of them is independent of all the others. So it's one motion at a time. Property tax waiver. This is Shana. Have you got anything to add to these, Shana? We're going to go through them one at a time.
No, but I can answer questions if they come up. This is asking for council to consider the landowner's request for a waiver of penalties.
Speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so a lot of these, or some of these, are related to people's request for some sort of tax relief. And that was tabled by council until we actually got the engineer's report, the independent engineer's report. And that's up for consideration on Friday. So they're not asking us to forgive their taxes. They were waiting on a decision from council, I think, from what I read in some of these. So I'm inclined to grant the waiver of the penalty, because I think there is a bit of a council relationship to this.
Okay. You're suggesting that our communication with regards to cancellation and due date was a tad obscure or confusing?
I think what I'm getting from this is that they were waiting to find out about the hydrology report. We were waiting to find out about the hydrology report. And I think we should have told them, but you still need to pay your taxes or we're going to issue you a penalty. So the ones that contacted me personally, my advice to them was to pay your taxes. And then if council grants some sort of relief, you'll get money back. But pay your taxes on time.
And then you said something that I didn't understand at all, something about Friday?
We have a hydrogeologist report. Oh, sorry, Thursday. I was thinking about the last time it was supposed to be here. I'm sorry.
But we're talking about the hydrologist report there?
There's a relationship between the hydrologist report and these folks not paying their taxes before the due date.
Yes, we will be dealing with the hydrologist report on Thursday.
So what I'm saying is, because there is a relationship there, that I'm inclined to grant the late penalty waiver. You know that I rarely support waiving late penalties.
Yes, I realize that. Folks, I think he made the motion.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Yeah. So call in a question or discussion. Lisa, something to say?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Calling the question, all in favor of the cancellation of this tax penalty or forgiveness or whatever you want to call it. 1, 2, 3, opposed? 2. Okay. Next one is 260. Shana?
This one here is a property in a different hamlet. And again, the landowner has written a letter in requesting that council consider their request for a waiver of the penalties that were applied to their taxes.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Staff recommendation is to consider, so I need a motion to accept or refuse, I think.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mr. Chair. So in the letter, the writer says that their mailboxes have been broken into. And somehow suggesting that maybe that's where the tax bill went. Was there a copy of a police report provided to administration to support their assertion that it was probably stolen?
The only report that I received was the letter from them, and then there was an email that had come in asking what the process is if they would like to receive consideration for a waiver of the penalties.
Okay, so all right, I mean
there was no.
So you didn't get anything from
yes
Canada
no
Post?
Answer, no.
You didn't get anything from Canada Post saying that the mailboxes were broken into and mail was stolen, and no copy of the police report?
No.
Okay. We go by motions, folks. Lisa.
We haven't done, I don't know if we've done anything like this before, but I'm wondering if I can make a motion to postpone this decision and ask administration to contact Jacqueline Hutchinson and Michelle Phillips to provide a copy of that police report or evidence of a break-in.
You can always make a motion. And you have stated your reasoning behind it. I don't know whether it will be carried or not, but are you making a motion or are you not? You may.
Okay, I just made that motion.
So for clarity, Mr. Chair, is it a motion to refer back to administration for information regarding the mailbox break-ins?
So I'm not clear on if the wording is postpone or refer back. That was where my question was.
Well, you can.
Yes, Rob.
I just read Robert's rules the other night, so.
Yeah.
I would just postpone it. As part of that postponement, just say refer to administration to receive information regarding a police report with the break-in. Something like that would be fine.
That I think we've got it covered, Lisa. Really, I do.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be that precise. It's a simple action on our part and a follow through on administration's part. The motion is to postpone or to refer back to. And is there any more discussion on this? Okay, calling the question. Those in favor of postponing? Those opposed to postponing? 2. We are postponed. Tax penalty waiver, H13. Shayna?
This one, again, is a ratepayer that is requesting a waiver of penalties for the late payment of their property taxes, as per their explanation in the attached letter. Again, we are asking for council to consider the request, which would require a motion to either accept or decline.
Okay. So do I have a motion, please? Is there discussion needed before this? That can occur. Paul.
Yeah, so this one, again, is completely different than the other ones. So this is a business.
Correct.
And I read the letter and it says failure to forgive this amount, which is, where's the amount again? Up there.
$341.
$341. Failure to forgive this amount will possibly result in a business going under.
Well, that might be what it says.
That is what it says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So do I have a motion? Jump out of your chairs.
I'll be the bad guy, Mr. Chair. I'll make the motion to decline.
Motion is received as to decline. Discussion is open. Hearing none, calling the question. All in favor of declining? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Next one is penalty waiver on H14. Shayna?
I'm losing track of pages here, Mr. Chair.
I'm on page 264.
264.
So H14, this property owner is requesting that the penalties in the amount of $396 be waived as per their attached letter. Again, this one is stating that they did not receive the taxes, although they have been deemed mailed once they leave the office. Well, deemed mailed 7 days after. Deemed received.
So our records say that this was sent?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a motion, please? Or discussion? Eric?
Well, it seems to me we've seen similar ones to this before and declined. We all pay taxes and we generally know or should know when they're due. So I move to decline.
The motion is recognized to decline. Discussion? Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, now we are on page 266. Shayna?
This one is another one from a business, and the penalties on this account amount to $1,286. There's a letter attached requesting that penalties be waived for this, or that council consider the penalties be waived.
Okay, so it's before you for your consideration. Do I have a motion? Lisa?
I'll make the motion to decline. I guess stating that this is just due to unforeseen circumstances. No idea what that means, but yeah, for that reason, I will make the motion to decline.
So the motion is to decline. Discussion? Calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Next one is property tax penalty.
This one's for a penalty of $232. The property owner has sent in the attached letter requesting a waiver of penalties.
Okay. For you, we're going through these, but I like to go with motions. Do I have a motion? Eric?
Mr. Chairman, same as before, I don't recall ever allowing one of these relaxations because they forgot to pay. So I move to decline.
Okay, the motion is recognized to decline. Discussion? All right, calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shayna, you followed this, so you know what the direction of council is?
Yes, I did.
Always, good, thank you. We're going to be moving on. The next item of business is on page 270, which is for council to review and approve for distribution. So this is your newsletter. All you editors and publishers, what are your findings?
I didn't find anything. I'm happy with it.
Okay. Eric, are you happy with it?
Yeah, I didn't see anything out of line.
Lisa?
Yep.
Okay. Paul Clark?
Yep.
Okay, then a motion to staff recommendation for this one then?
Okay.
I have it from Eric.
Move staff rec.
I got it from Eric. I just looked up and he was right in the center of my screen. I don't know who was first or last. At any rate, the motion is before you. Calling the question, all in favor? Carried. I have H 18, Paul, which is you brought J10 forward from the package, information package.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. In particular, it's the letter on page 311.
Okay, got it.
There's a number of letters there from individuals. This
Yes.
particular letter here is from a fellow who signs it as the chairperson of the Exshaw Residents Group. So I have no idea if that is 2 people, 5 people, 50 people. They're asking for a number of things. Administration is going to respond to this. They're also asking some sort of audience, which I would not be opposed to if I knew who this group actually was. I mean, you can be a chairperson of an ad hoc group and have 2 people. It's not a registered
Administration has not
society
had a
or
chance to
anyplace.
respond to these letters, or at least most of them, if not all of them. So they're in here for your, as information to you. And I have no knowledge of the membership of this group. I have knowledge of the writer of the letter, as I think you do, Paul.
I do so, yeah. I'm just asking administration. Do they have any have any knowledge of who this group is comprised of? Is it everybody on McGilvery and Pigeon? Is it 2 people on McGilvery and Pigeon? 5 people?
Well, it says Exshaw Residence Group. It doesn't say East Exshaw Residence Group.
Oh, so it's all of Exshaw.
Well, that's how I read it.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yes, Rob. Late in the day, sorry.
Thank you, Rhea Cooper. When these letters are prepared, they will be sent out to the signees of these letters. Regardless of they say group or whatever it is, it goes to the person who's written the letter. How they distribute it is up to them.
Okay. So the answer is we don't know how big the group is.
I have no idea, Councillor Ryan.
Have you been contacted by them before?
I have not. I think I received one email, and that may have been a month and a half ago.
Okay. Because when we have people that are purporting to speak on behalf of a group of people, we usually require them to provide proof that they actually can speak on behalf of that group. I'm not saying that's the case here, but if it's just going to be a letter of response, that's fine. If it's going to be coming in front of council as a delegation, I think we need to find out who it actually is.
Yeah.
No, I see no intention of this. The group can ask to become towards council's delegation. My response to them will just be to the writer of this particular letter.
Okay.
Does that satisfy your item, Paul?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. How do I need a motion to go with this item?
When in the past, we've had situations where people have addressed the municipality in writing or in person as a representative of a group of people, which later turned out not to be what it was purported to be. And I'm not saying that's the case here. I'm just wondering if administration knows who this group is, or do you have a letter signed by everybody in the group that lets you know who they are? So
we have a letter from an individual.
Don't know.
Okay, so do you want to receive those as information, Paul, or we're just going to receive?
Leave it in the omnibus.
Oh, leave it in the omnibus. That's my question.
Oh, okay. No, I moved it up. So sure, it's under new business item J10 as information.
Okay, so I have the motion to receive it as information as H18.
Yes.
So calling the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we're going to inquiries of administration. I'm just going to come around the room quickly. Paul Clark, any inquiries of administration?
No, thank you.
Okay, Lisa?
No, thank you.
Eric?
None, thank you.
This is fast. Paul, are you going to break the train here or go with the pack?
I'm so tempted to, but no, I don't have any.
Okay. Nor will I.
Oh, that's not fair. They got off scot-free.
Yeah. All right. So now we're going down into correspondence. We have items of correspondence 1 to 9 and then 11 to 12. Linda, you do have that?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make the standard omnibus motion, Mr. Chair, to receive as information.
Okay. Thank you. Well, asking the question, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we're going into closed meeting. Motion to go into closed meeting, please. I have it from Lisa.
And then what? Now we got to go to another site?
Is this going to work now?
I don't know how we're going to do it, but just hold on. I've got to call the question. All in favor of closed meeting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Final instructions, Leslie.
you.
And you are live.
Welcome back, everyone. We have been in closed session. While we had 2 items of business there were no motions coming forward from those discussions. We are at the end of our agenda, and I am able to adjourn the meeting. I thank you for staying with us, and thank you, Council, for your time today. I hope you have a good afternoon. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
I made it.
And Lisa, I sent you, did you make it? Great. I sent you a new link for that Robert's Rules site, and it